Hello? Good morning. It's not morning. I'm still tired from last night. Tell me about it. My throat is low-key hurting. Not the hat. Listen, I gotta rep my girly pup, Miss Nico Robin. Can everybody say rest in peace to my wallet today? I think I spent like $160 on cards for One Piece because why is yellow the most expensive color in the game? God fucking knows. 07 size wallet. The drama cloud, thank you so much for the 19. Gotta save the timer. Yes, we have 30 minutes left on the timer. I have a good feeling today, chat. I have a really good feeling. Today could be the day. Today could be... Why'd you guys start the Golden Kappa trade? Oh my god, Halo fan, thank you so much for the 6 months. What the hell? We got the Golden Kappa trade? How rare is that nowadays? I think I might have only gotten that like once or twice, but not in recent times. Dragmire, thank you for the 5. I said that last time. I did say that. Oh, before anybody asks, yes, chat, I got my paper done. And my professor graded it like this morning. I wasn't expecting, oh my god. Midnight Castle, thank you for the 1. I didn't have a choice, Golden Kappa. You did have a choice! What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. Zinfire, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, thank you, Coffee and Tea, for the 1 gifted membership. Joker, thank you so much for the 14 months. Is that a Goldango you're the one that plays Goldango, right? I think I remember. I try my best to remember my viewers. Like, who's who? Thorbear, thank you so much for the 26 months. Wait, you're the one you're the Mercy from yesterday. Thank you for carrying me. My Oshi remembers me. Are you gonna be sad when Goldango's gone? Surely today SUBATHON will end. Sigh the past 10 days. No, Overwatch was so fun with chat lab. Guys, please! Michael, thank you for the tier 1. But I'm going Orlando for one last hurrah. Oh! That's the last regional before rotation, no? Thank you for the Hydra check. Oh my goodness. GamerSubs was very kind to send me a bunch of new flavors for me to try. Shout out to my GamerSubs rep, Venny. Poseidon Fire, thank you so much for the 50 bits. So they sent me some new flavors. So I'm trying Blue Screen Babe today. And it was delicious. It's delicious. Use code SHIPWRECK at checkout. Smiles. Anyways, I hope everybody's doing well. We're gonna be doing some reacting and yapping today. I rewatched VOD last night and so I definitely carried. What are you talking about? Not a plug at all. Nope, not at all. Yup, nope. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi, Jay. Hi, Lisa and Jack and King. Welcome in. Stuck inside due to a blizzard. Oh no, stay safe. I was very, very happy to see the sun today. At one point, you had like 25 eliminated. Wait, when? Wait, when? Oh! Michael, thank you so much for the 5. Guys, how the fuck are we back to over an hour? How are we back to over an hour? Hello? Never stuck here forever, never leaving. Guys, I'm supposed to be going on a trip at the end of this week. I was hoping we could hit SUBATHON before I go. Oh no. Also, chat, be proud of me. I did get a 100% on my paper. I did get a 100% on my paper and I'm happy. I finished it at like 1 last night. It was technically not due till today, so I was okay to send it in at 1, but my professor graded it and I got a 100. So you know what? We take those. Congratulate her with more subs. How about we congratulate me by letting me end subathon today? The Golden Kappa revived the chat. Get this Golden Kappa out of here. I think the best paper I wrote was like an 80. Oh my gosh, I hate writing papers. Like, I will do presentation after presentation after presentation before I want to write a paper. I'm just not great with writing. You know what I mean? I'm just not great with it. We were summoned from the Discord. Who summoned you from the Discord? Ricardo, thank you so much for the 12 months. Jack Nias, thank you for the gift. Guys, what is happening? What is going on? Why is this going on? What? Have you done or watched Pokemon escape rooms? Is there Pokemon escape rooms? That sounds like so much fun. My math score saved me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I'd rather do math than writing. Everyone was pinged. Who the fuck pinged everyone? Sinfire. Oh no. My mod summoned everyone. Special ROMs that need game knowledge to solve. What the? I would cry. Killjoy, thank you for the 200. Good morning from Japan. Just wanted to pop in while walking into work to say hey. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Math is much easier to handle than writing. For me, yeah, I think my brain is a little more math oriented than like speaking or like writing. Escape room, but we have an escape room. I feel like whenever I play Pokemon, I don't use escape ropes. I feel every single time I have like a save file and I look at the like items, by the time I finish the game, I have like 10 escape ropes and I'm like, huh, I keep forgetting that's an actual item to use. Any hopes for Pokemon Day? Gen 10. Gen 10! But not algebra, because it basically is writing. I guess that's fair. I will say I am struggling right now. I'm taking a math class. That shit's fucking butt. That shit is ass. Gen 10, yes, we need Gen 10 of Pokemon, please. That's an interesting way to spell Digimon. I learned there's a Christianity card game. I feel like there's a card game for everything now. Home connection to ZA would be nice. I am shocked that there's no home connection to ZA, but I'm not that surprised, I guess. It is a Legends game, but I don't know if Legends Arceus has home compatibility. That Christianity card game is hilarious. Wait, what Christianity card game? If I Google Christianity card game, will this pop up? I'm gonna do it. Beyblade has a card. Do they really? Christianity card game. Christianity the card game. What is this? Oh, wow. What is this? Prayer together. All players gain +3 and draw 1. Wait, where's the alt arts? What's the rare cards? Every living creature. Found a book with scripture. Damn. I will say, creating a card game's not easy. It's not easy. So, you know, shout out to these guys. It's called Redemption. Guys, thank you for the Golden Kappa train. Oh, I imagine Legends EA will get home compatibility later this year when and if Gen 10 drops. Yeah, I can see it. Back when the original anime for the plastic Beyblade, they made a card game around the Bit Beasts. What? Why do I not know this? It's hard to make a card game that's both fun and not a copy of something else. Yeah, I feel like a lot of card games nowadays, they share a lot of the same mechanics. That's why I feel like if you can play like a game like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, you could play probably most other card games and pick it up pretty easy. The Chew to Go to Kappa emo. It's only active for like what? A few, like 24 hours, 48 hours? I can't remember. Yes, 24. I should have sworn it was like 48. I could have sworn. But I guess we'll use it for today's stream. I picked up Pokemon pretty easy coming from Yu-Gi-Oh when I was younger. Pokemon is, I think, is the easiest card game to play. I will say, I think it is a high skill ceiling though. Pokemon, it's easy to learn, high skill ceiling. But I'm so glad rotation's happening. I can go on forever about how I'm so done with Gardevoir and Goldango and Charizard right now. I hope if they reveal Gen 10, they slap a big 2027 at the end of the trailer. Are you okay with 2027 being the release date? I think some people are really itching it for it to be this year, which I could see. Gen 10 being at the end of this year. Which, if it is, GG's. Yeah, Gen 10's been, it's been a little bit overdue. We've had quite a bit of a gap between Gen 9 and Gen 10, so I can see it coming out at the end of this year. Usually November is the release date for most Pokemon mainline games. Not knowing how to play Pokemon, so I played, and it's like Magic with energy. Yeah. The energy is like equivalent to lands in Magic. I want them to cook. They aim for holiday. Yeah, they usually try to aim for holidays because it's really good, right? If it comes out in November, people are probably on Thanksgiving break. You know, people are not really working, and then it's also a great time for the holidays. Black Friday sales are going on. Christmas is around the corner, so a lot of people, it's a good time to buy the game. November is actually a great launch date for just games in general. Good for sales. It's very good for sales. Holidays equals parents spending for their kids. Real. Okay, honestly, if they release a Gen 10 Nintendo Switch 2, I might buy that, even though I already have a Nintendo Switch 2. I might just, like, I don't know. I really want a themed Nintendo Switch. That'd be so sick. I just hope they show a Pokemon Champions release date. Yeah, I think they're gonna for sure at least give an update on Champions. Because they said Champions was gonna be this year. Shut up and take my money. I hope Santa Claus gives us Gen 10 in our stockings, for real. For real. I'm excited though. Pokemon always makes me excited for things. I mean, if Champion launches in like March or April, I feel like Gen 10 would not be this year. But isn't Champions just like a platform for competitive though? It's not like a game where it's like a story and everything. I think it's just a platform for competitive. If I'm remembering correctly. Feel free to correct me. I'm not too yeah, that's Champions. It's gonna be a new meta game. So is it like a mainline game? I'm so confused. Because you could play it on the phone too, no? They did say that it would be compatible on phone. All tournaments will be held on there from now on. Oh, it's like Battle Revolution. Dude, Battle Revolution was a fire game. On the Wii? Holy moly. I actually have thought about getting a Wii recently. I kind of want a Wii, but truthfully, I don't know if I'd use it as much. Did you know Revolution has shiny costumes? Sorry, Caps. Pokemon Stadium Revival. It looks like Pokemon Revolution Stadium that's focused on PvP. Oh. I see. Champions is kind of similar to Battle Revolution. I love that game. I will say, I'm thinking about buying Fire Red and Leaf Green on my Switch. But I don't know if I'd actually play it, which is why I haven't been purchasing it. Wait, is it out already? I could have sworn it was on pre-order, but then some people were saying that you could play it now. Or am I tripping? Stream the Pokemon Day live stream. You want to know what's really sad, chat? I actually will not be at home when the Pokemon Day live stream comes around. I will not be at home, so I can't stream. I will be out of town this weekend. So that unfortunately, I always feel like every single time there's like a Pokemon Direct or something, I am just for some reason cannot stream. Even if I wanted to, I can't. Take us with you. I will let you guys know my travels once I'm back. I think, honestly, I had this conversation with a friend yesterday. I actually don't think $20 is a bad price. One, because, I mean, if you get a cartridge, right, it's like $80 to $100, you know? And if I'm remembering correctly, it should have home compatibility and everything. Like, I think it's actually not that bad of a price. I think $20 is fair. It's not that bad. Like, I'll pay the $20. It's fine. No home compatibility? I mean, I guess, but still. I think $20 is better than paying $80 for, like, an official version of the game. Yeah, the original games were $35 each. So, like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. All I know right now is on online Komodo and only has local multiplayer. That's still pretty cool, though. GBA games were $40 back in the day. Were they really? I wasn't really a GBA player. I didn't have a Game Boy. I was a Nintendo DS girly. As long as it screws over scalpers. Yeah, I know. Did you see all the scalpers? They're all like lowering their prices on the cartridges now. The cartridges market for Fire Red, Leaf Green are fucking crashing. So funny. It's so funny. Sam Green, thank you for the super as usual, sending hugs. Thank you. Ronald, thank you so much for the super as well. Have you ever played Coliseum and XD? I've not. I have not. Gen 1 on Wii and Wii U are $8. Are they really? Yeah, I don't think 20 is that bad of a price, especially when games nowadays are like $70. That's fine. Like, I'll pay it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, Diamond and Pro are like 45. I don't even, oh my god. I wish I had my old cartridges for Diamond and Pearl. They got lost when I moved as a child. I moved so many times that I can't find it. One day. I'm waiting for some of the Pokemon games to go on the expansion pass so we can play. I'm waiting on... Is Gale of Darkness out already? I really want to play that game. I've never played it before. I still have all 3 of my Sinnoh games. Oh my god. I lost my Gen 2 remakes. I love that game, Arclight Soul Silver. It's such a good game. Such a good game, but it's so long. It's so good. I miss Black and White. Gen 5 is peak. Honestly, peak Pokemon story is Gen 5. I don't want to say we'll never see something like Gen 5 again, which makes, I hope that Pokemon does a story as good as Gen 5 with Gen 10, please. Because holy moly, I love Unova. Gen 5 is such a good generation. Gen 2 is my favorite. I love Heart Gold so much. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are peak games. Jack the Gill, thank you so much for the member. What about the 3DS virtual console parts of RGBY? Can I be honest? I don't know. Is it red, green, blue, and yellow? Is that what you're saying? I'm so sorry. Oh yeah. Gold, silver, crystal. Oh, that's what you meant. Even if they screw up Gen 10, we get Gen 5 remakes. But I feel like Gen 5 should be left alone. I mean, remakes would be nice, but we all saw what happened with Gen 4 remakes. So that's why I'm like, do I have trust that if they did a Gen 5 remake, that it would be good? Legends Unova. I thought it was gonna be Galar next, no? Or am I crazy? Honestly, I don't think we're getting Gen 5 remakes anytime soon. I don't know either. Yeah, I could have sworn that the Galar was gonna be next for Legends. And BDSP put all the future remakes on the back burner. They were understaffed for BDSP. I'm not surprised. They haven't screwed up 3-4 remakes. It's not a bad record. Fair. That is fair. Yeah, I'm not really great at VGC. I really want to learn. So I was told for me to wait for Champions to release to do my training arc. Like, don't even bother trying in Scarlet and Violet yet, because Champions is around the corner and it'd just be a waste of my time, so. I want a version of Kanto with the physical special split. Oh. We could have gotten HGSS remakes. Isn't Heart Gold Soul Silver already kind of remakes? Yeah, because if you're gonna remake Sinnoh, just do Platinum, for real. You can re-roll stats in Champions, I believe. Ooh, remakes of remakes is wild. Yeah, isn't Heart Gold Soul Silver technically already a remake? To be fair, only Pokemon games I'm somewhat interested in is Champions. True. I don't know, maybe once Champions is out, I should go on my VGC arc. VGC though, I have such respect for VGC players because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I remember when I was at Pokemon Worlds last year, I was watching the VGC finals and everything, and I was just like, guys, what is happening? Why can't I hear myself? Here we go. There we go. I was hearing myself for a minute. I'm like, oh, am I tripping? Hello? Despite what people think of Gen 9, it still holds a deep place in my heart. I will say, I will admit, I did not like Gen 9 initially, but I think over the years, Gen 9 has definitely grown on me. I think Gen 9's fun. Pokopia was gonna be compatible with Gen 10. See, I know that probably most of you don't give a fuck about Pokopia, and you know what? I get it. That's fine. However, I'm a cozy gamer girl, okay? I will gladly play Pokopia. And I don't care if most of you are like, fuck that game. That's fine. I am their target audience, so. Animal Crossing lover, for real. Gen 9 Pokemon design has been the best since Gen 5. Tinkaton, thank you. Thank you to whoever designed Tinkaton. You're awesome and I love you. VGC is way more complicated looking in from the outside than it seems. That's true for most things, but Pokemon, because this shit is deep in single player portions, don't really go in that deep. BRB, I'm gonna hit the kitchen real. Paldea earned its spot. I think so too. I think so too. I really enjoyed it. Spoiler alert, by the way, if you haven't played Scarlet and Violet, which if you haven't, then go play it. That whole twist at the end where you find out the professor was dead this entire time and he's a clanker or whatever, and the characters are wait, why? And Arvin is processing that his fucking parents are dead. It's so sad. Low Kicks is an awesome one. Meowscar, yeah, Sprigatito is my favorite starter. I love the green weed cat. How are you with type matchup charts? Not great. I've been playing Pokemon for 20 years now. I still have the type matchup chart as a favorite photo on my phone. So whenever I'm playing Pokemon on my own, I can just pull up on my phone the type matchup chart. Hi Vivega, welcome in. I wish a new game took one of those I wish you need to take one of the Gen 1 glitches and make it an official mechanic. What? Really? You would want that? Here's all you need to know about VGC and Cinework. Thank you for the super. Quick, which type is super effective against Spiritomb? None? Question mark? Skelderidge. I love my little Maraca boy. That's one type is ineffective. Yeah, I'm not great with type matchups. Wrong fairy. Is it Ghost and Dark? It's Dark Psychic. It's Dark Psychic, so fairy. Oh, so I could have sworn it was Ghost. Maybe I'm tripping. Interesting. Why is it not a ghost type? Landorus. Did you get any Ascended Heroes ETB? I did, and I pulled Shard. I bought one ETB, and I was just like, it is Dark Ghost. Wait, chat, you're fucking trolling me! Just like Sableye? Okay. I'm like, I swear to God, it's like ghost type. I don't know, maybe I need to study on my type matchups. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm a casual, you know, I'm a casual Pokemon enjoyer. I'm not the only thing I'm sweaty in Pokemon is the card game. But even then right now I've been taking a little bit of a break, you know. One Piece is, my brain has just been locked into One Piece. To be fair, I do have like a big tournament coming up that I'm going to, which is like my second big One Piece tournament, so I'm a little nervous. So I've been playing the game a lot. Arcanine was a top meta threat in 2017. Ooh. Before Gen 6, Spiritomb had no weaknesses. Why? What are you playing the One Piece TCG? Right, okay. Right now, the two main decks I've been playing is Green Mihawk and Blue-Red Ace. Red-Blue Ace. With the new stuff, with the new set coming out, I might be playing Boa or UI Nami. So we'll see. We'll see where that, yeah, that new yellow Nami is stupid and deserves to be banned. What new yellow Nami? Oh, wait, that SR. Yeah, that's what I bought today. I think I spent like $180 on cards. I'm so sad. I'm gonna be real. This is where the subathon money's going to paying off for my shiny cardboard. So thank you. Usopp's buns. Black, blue Usopp buns. I'm just happy that purple yellow Robin is actually, might be viable. I say might. Her leader ability is strong, but I just hate that you have to trash a card for it. I'm so proud to call Sai my Oshi. Me, your Oshi, I could never! Me, I'm not your Oshi. He's God, Usopp. Yeah, Robin is borderline viable in Heroines Cup. Dude, everyone in my locals is looking for VVs, and I'm so sad because, or like VV pieces, because I won't be in town for when my locals has Heroines Cup, but if I were to play in it, I'm playing Robin. But I feel like everybody, because I'm in the chats and everything for my locals, and they're like, I'm looking for VV pieces, and I'm like, why are you all playing VV? There's so many other options. Any good pulls? I pulled the Reiju SP. I pulled the Altart Nami. And I pulled the Nami Goldon. That was my first Goldon. I've never pulled a Goldon. But I'm trying to get all the girl Dons. So I have a set of Robin Dons I've had for like a few months now. From when Japan had EBO3. But I'm trying to get like all the Nami, all the Uta, and all the other Dons. Bonnie and Perona are right there. I think it's fun that they're doing a Heroines Cup where it's all girly pops. It's like no men allowed. Someone gifted me a sub here, so welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, Nami's been going up. I sniped her today. I got her for like 35 a piece, which isn't bad. Which isn't too bad. I'm like, I'm fine with that price. That price to me is okay. Last hour of subathon per claps? Per claps? Maybe? But yeah, I got the Reiju SP. I got the Altart Nami. I got the Gold Dawn Nami. And I also pulled the VV leader. So. Was it the manga one? No. My friend pulled the manga Uta though. This motherfucker. I told him to leave his windows open. So I could break in. Oh. Champion seems to be, here's a gimmicks, fight it out, seems the best. I wonder what they're gonna do now, because I know, right? Every single gen has that new mechanic. So like Gen 9 was Terastallization, Gen 8 was Dynamaxing, Mega Evolution, Z moves. I don't like Z moves. So I wonder if they're gonna try to bring back some of those or what. I really doubt it though. I kind of low rolled a little bit on some of my EBO3 stuff. I unfortunately pulled like the Hina alt art, which is low-key buns, but whatever. I don't play TCG Pocket anymore. It was a money sink for me and it was not like fun. Manga Uta, but she only appears for one panel. Yeah, there's a manga Uta. I don't know. There's like a bunch of panels in the back. So I don't know if they just drew those just for it, but it's really pretty. Really, really pretty. But the Nami SP is more expensive than her right now. All the gimmicks will be in champions. Wait, that's sick. Yeah, the Nami SP is about 1,600. And the last sold was close to 17, which is insane. But you know, Nami stonks, am I right? Nami stonks. I was hoping to pull the Uta SP. Like I love, okay, I really wanted Robin, I really wanted Utas, and I really wanted Peronas. Have you finished Punk Hazard? Truthfully, no, I haven't. I actually haven't really sat down this like past week or and a half or so to watch anything. I'm not even kidding. I've just been doing school and streaming. Regigigas Nation will rise again. Can't wait for that Dynamax Mega Rayquaza that's Terra flying using Supersonic C move. They're just throw all the gimmicks on one Pokemon, no big deal. No biggie. I'm buying singles. There's only 3 cards I want from EBO 3. Shirahoshi, Koala, and Yamato. Dude, Shirahoshi, low-key, she might be a pretty decent contender for like the Heroines Cup. She basically has her own like self-heal for 3 Dawn. Like you can't tell me that isn't at least a little busted for her deck. It's like Kuma, but cheaper. Dynamax Mega Terra Rayquaza with all the Z moves. What are your favorite Pokemon? Pancham. Pancham! Tinkaton. Garchomp. Those are my babies. I'm playing her or Koala for my locals Heroines Cup. Ooh! Koala low-key kind of fun. If I was playing in the Heroines Cup, I would probably be playing Robin or UI Nami. I don't know, maybe Boa. I don't know. Shirahoshi sounds fun. There's someone at my locals that's been trying to make Shirahoshi work for like the longest time. And he's like super funny and cool. Shout out to that guy. Crazy that Dyna Mega Terra Ray with a Z move is technically all possible if all the gimmicks activate together. But are they gonna do that? Are they gonna do that? I don't know. Wait, what if, is Carrot, like, Green Carrot actually viable now? I'd play Boa and OPTCG any day. Dude, it's so funny. I was at my Pokemon locals, like I think it was last week, and I was trying to get some of my Pokemon locals to start playing One Piece because the One Piece players, so I play both, okay? I show up to both locals. The One Piece players here in Atlantis were just like, the Pokemon players, if they were to play this game, they would really suck. So I've been trying to instigate some of my Pokemon locals to start playing. And they started playing. They're doing well in locals. Anyways, one of them was just like, Sai, show me a deck. And he's like a Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? And I was like, do you want something like budget or you want like something expensive? And he's like, give me waifu deck. So I showed him the Boa deck and I'm like, yeah, you know, she's a little expensive. She's like $350 right now. Probably gonna be $400, $500 once the new set comes out. He's like, what are you talking about, Sai? That's cheap. I'm like, what do you mean that's cheap? Well, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! So like, that's not that bad. I'm like, oh, okay. Well. OP players are the biggest fucking glue eaters ever. Oh my God. I just realized I was 2 minutes behind stream. No worries. Yeah, like you can click like the little live button in the like play bar and you should be caught up. That's cheap as fucking Yu-Gi-Oh terms. Yeah, I was like, you know, base rarity for this deck's like $400 right now. Oh, that's not bad. And he looked at like the leader Because I showed him the alternate leader, because I have it, right? He was like, how much is this? I'm like, yeah, it's like 200 right now. At the time, it was 200. He was like, ah, that's not bad, I'll buy it. Are you selling it? I'm like, no. YouTube chat, not here, science watching. Stop flirting with each other, hello. Why are my chats flirting with each other? One Piece players are two Pokemon players, and Magic players, and Yu-Gi-Oh players. I think it's just specifically my locals. For some reason, they have a vendetta against Pokemon players. And I'll be honest, I think it's because of like me and a few other people, because we started playing the game like a while ago. And they knew we were from Pokemon, and we do well at locals, and I don't think they like it. My friend sold a dog shit Yu-Gi-Oh card on pre-release with the latest 100 dogs. But now same card's like $30 now. That's why sometimes if it's good to try to sell stuff on release, because some people will buy it at that price. But I always tell people, and I don't even follow my own advice, okay? I always tell people, like, if you want cards, maybe just wait like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after release, and usually they'll come crashing. Like, if you look at the newest One Piece set, a lot of the cards just crashed to the ground. So bad. I saw your OPTCG fools on Twitter. Congrats, girl. Thank you. Yeah, I bought all the pieces, the rest of the pieces I needed for the decks I'm probably gonna play. But yeah, I've been testing Purple Dofi, and I like the deck. I think it's a lot of fun. I just think it does take a lot of brain power for me to operate. Which I'm telling myself, if I'm playing in like a tournament setting where I'm playing like 8-9 rounds, I don't know if I have the brain power to operate a deck like that. Ban list heavily influenced Yu-Gi-Oh card prices. I mean, yeah, same with One Piece, right? There were some cards that were stupid fucking expensive. Like the Jinbeis were pretty pricey at some point, and then they banned it, and it's like ass now. People are making Dawn decks with that shit. Yupi Sanji. I do have the pieces now for Yupi Sanji. I do. I pulled, I think, 4 Rages in total. I could play my SP. I only get a physical version of cards that I play in Master Duel. Real. Hold up. Water break. Ah. You've got such a nice Twitch chat. Why wouldn't YouTube take notice? You're right. Yupi Sanji is really strong. Yeah, let me just play Gravity Blade for free from my trash. Do you guys remember, I don't know, my One Piece shipwrecks in chat. Did you guys see that one tournament where that Yupi Sanji player had 5 teardrops in his discard pile? Do you see that guy? Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Red Rock 2? Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting. Everybody say 07 to Red Rock in like a month. I'm gonna miss you, Pookie. I'm gonna miss you. Are you willing to play other games with viewers like Fortnite? I'm not really a Fortnite player. I've done viewer games on like TCGs and stuff. Yesterday, I think was the first time I've actually ever done anything on Overwatch. You're not even original. There was a Blackbeard player who did that back in 09 with my era. Fuck. Rip his balls off. I have no sympathy for cheaters, by the way. Well, I didn't know. Shut up. Shut up. See, someone did that at my locals. So this was back in the day. This was like, oh my God, it might have been over a decade ago. So there was a Pokemon deck. So the dark type was a really strong archetype because of this one card called Dark Patch. I think it's been reprinted once or twice since then, right? So there was this local, it was a bigger tournament. It was like a league challenge or something. I don't even remember, but he had like 5 dark patches in his discard pile, which by the way, the max amount of Pokemon, like a play set of cards you can have in a deck is 4. Like the only rule that is like doesn't apply to you is 1 ace specs. You can only play 1 in the deck, and energies. You can play as many energies as you want in the deck. Well, anyways, this motherfucker had 5 of them in his like trash in his discard pile, and he got called out for it and got like DQ'd or whatever. And this guy's like, well, I was just saying how the deck would run with 5. I didn't mean to do this. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I have no sympathy for you. And guess what, chat? This player still comes to my locals. He is one of the only players I will actually, whenever I sit across from him and play, even if it's a local setting, right? If it's just casual nights, I will sit and shuffle his deck. I won't even cut. I will actually just full-blown shuffle it. Because I cannot with this person. This person is known to stack and everything, so I'm just not dealing with it. Can I ban him from live? Yeah, OB50 might crash Yupiistar with all the anti-removal new cards and Red Rock out of rotation. It's not gonna help him. Yeah, every single color got anti-removal. Every single color, thank God. Green is pretty protected too. There's quite a bit of anti-removal in green already, which is crazy. You still play TCG live? Honestly, not really. I haven't played Pokemon truthfully in the last few months. I just been judging Pokemon. Like, that's my thing. I've just been judging. I've been running the events from the back end of things, but I've been playing One Piece more. Like, that's why I talk so much about One Piece, because I go to locals multiple times a week. And that game's literally a money sink for me right now too. Is it a money sink if I'm having fun and I'm enjoying and I'm playing the cards? I don't think so, actually. Digimon TCG? Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't like the Digimon TCG. I'm gonna be real. It's not fun for me. After One Piece. I honestly, because I have played each of the Bandai games at least once, where I've actually had someone like teach me and stuff like that, and I still think One Piece, I think, is my favorite out of all. I think One Piece is the most fun out of all of them. I like it. I like One Piece a lot. I think it really helps that I like the IP a lot too, so I have that connection with like the cards and everything. But I mean, there's a reason why there's a lot of players just moving to One Piece right now. Started playing Proxy OP. Purple Nell is impressive as hell. Lucy is crazy good. Purple Nell's interesting. Having a 6-card Dawn deck is crazy. 6-card Dawn deck, amazing. Yeah. I will say, I think it's a great time to get into One Piece. I would probably wait a little bit until rotation, because rotation's happening next month. Which a lot of people, I say this all the time, a lot of people get upset over rotation, but I feel like rotations are so necessary for card games to stay healthy. Like metas to stay healthy. I really want to play Brook in OP15. Brook sounds fun, but didn't they come out with the rule saying if like you hit 0 on the turn that you're playing, even if you replenish your deck, you still lose? Yeah, OP15, I think the best leader that's gonna come out of it is what, Don Krieg and now? Don Krieg's in OP15, I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, I'm thinking of getting into One Piece. Where should I start? Card games, anime, books, anything? Okay, so this was my personal journey into One Piece. So I watched the live action back when it released because, you know, I just seemed intrigued. I was one of those people that I was like, I'm never gonna watch One Piece. And then when I heard the live action was just like a much better paced version of it, just with like some changes. So I watched it and I thought it was fun. Okay, but I haven't really, from that point up until like 2024, I wasn't really going into One Piece, but I play a lot of card games, right? At the time, I was playing Pokemon and Vanguard. So one of my friends went on a trip and they came back with some starter decks and was like, Sai, like, I'm gonna give you one of these starter decks and we should learn how to play the game. Maybe this is just something we can like do as a friend group. So he bought like 4 of us starter decks. And it was really fun. My first starter deck was a green Uta deck and I really loved it. So, you know, when you have like, you start to enjoy a game and everything and I got into watching the anime. And to be fair, I was incentivized to watch the anime a little bit because I got invited on a podcast called The One Piece Virgin, which, by the way, you should go listen. I think we did an episode like a week or so ago. So now I'm fully into it. One Piece has been my favorite anime, but I didn't get into the card game until this year. I fumbled. No, you're good. I actually think it's a great time to get into the card game because one, like, yes, there are decks that are really expensive, but there's also like decks that are pretty affordable, like $100 or less, that are still really decent. And it's a jungle meta right now. It's not a triangle meta. Because if you had asked me maybe like a month or two ago if it was a good time to get into One Piece, I probably would have told you no. Because there was 3 decks like in rotation that were just dominating the meta, and now it's like a jungle meta, so everybody's playing something different. So I love seeing variety. It's not fun playing against the same 3 decks, you know what I mean? It's never fun. Yeah, you still lose at 0. It made Brook not viable. The Emu one, yeah. Emu is still, I think, really good. I think Emu is still S tier. I think Emu is still S tier. There's like maybe 2 decks that like Emu gets shit on, but rest of the meta, I think it's fine. But yeah, I personally am an anime watcher. I don't read manga. I don't read manga at all. They announced their Brook leader card. Yeah, they did. They did. He's green and black. Mihawk is a true counter. Ace is doing okay with new builds. Maybe Boa does okay. I still think Ace shits on Emu. Mihawk does really well on the Emu. Boa, I think it's a good Emu player can play around Boa, I think. But yeah, I've honestly been so sick of my locals though, because everybody, so I'll go to like a 20-person locals. There's like 8 people on Yellow Luffy. That's like, I'm so sick and tired of playing against Yellow Luffy. The ones we heavy carries anime is crazy. Yeah, I'm not a huge manga reader though. New VTuber? What? Me? Me? And Robin? I do love Robin. I'm not a new VTuber though. I'm in my 3rd year now. Which, by the way, if you haven't done so yet, buy my merch. Okay, look at this. You want to go? I swear, jokingly, if you use my Dawn at your locals, you will have a 100% win rate. Also, you can get my Uta leader proxy card. Yeah, and also get my deck box because that's super cool. All right, I do have Dawns. If you go buy my merch, and it's pinned in both chats. I actually have 2 Dawns. There's this one and one other design. I sent Hotaru some of my Dawn, and she was using it, and I'm so happy. But yeah, go buy my merch. Love Kips, go buy my merch, you motherfucker. Go advertise me at your locals, Mr. Pro Player. Smiles. Dude, I hope, dude, my dream, okay. This happened when I went to regionals for Pokemon in Vegas. Do you know how happy I was to be walking around and seeing people with my merch? I'm shocked. I am shocked that they allowed people to use my playmat. Not that there's like anything like super wrong with my playmat, but I will say I do have big titties. So I'm surprised that they were like, yeah, you can use the playmat, no big deal. Yeah, because this was I saw people using my merch, this merch for my birthday drop. So I saw people with this playmat and this deck box, and I was just like, But yeah, this merch is also available if you click on the tab too. So you can see I also have a Dawn card. And if you buy a set of them, right? Buy a set of my Dawn cards, you do get a guaranteed foil signed one. So, and you have a chance to get all 10 of them signed. So you should definitely go buy it. I wasn't allowed to use your playmat at a YCS. That's so funny. The cards were covered up anyways. Is it like the Yu-Gi-Oh ones? You had to use only Konami stuff? Yeah. Might have to cop after I'm less poor from One Piece cards. Real. Screw the rules. I have mine. I love your stuff, Kima girl. I love my Chinese 3rd anniversary set too much not to play with it. You should rotate stuff. That's what I do. I always like have a new Dawn set every week. I have so many like sets of Dawns that I'll just change it. Like during the Halloween season, I was playing with my Gecko Moria Dawn. That was fun. Rule no lewd playmats. I will say I am working on my next merch line or whatever. My next merch drop, and this is the safest of works of playmats I will be releasing. I'm sure you can even, this playmat that I will have coming up next, it's very, very safe for work, so it's all good. It's so cute. I'm so excited to show you guys when it's here, when I'm able to show you guys. The Kuma Don, dude, I wanted those so bad, but then I unfortunately don't have the money to spend on it, so. Oh yeah. Because the first and then investor 1B players, and I am suffering with these costs. I wish I got in earlier. Yeah, it would, like, right now, I don't know, the reprint set actually saved some of the cards. Because I remember when there were staple cards that were like $40, $50, which, yes, there are. Like, I think yellow is the most expensive color, but if you play any other color that isn't yellow, you're fine. Like, I don't think it's that expensive to play a One Piece deck that isn't yellow. Like, even Mihawk, he's like, what? Less than $100? And he's still like a top tier deck. It's so good. So not Vaporeon. No, I'm not doing Vaporeon. I'm rich. I'm gonna get fucking donked by Nintendo. No gooning allowed in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, no gooning in my space. We are a very say-so group of people. I'm a very say-so VTuber. Why did they want triple prize the next day? Got lucky for buying it once early. Nintendo ninjas watching carefully. The Nintendo ninjas, I'm scared of them. Do you guys see that one store that got robbed in New York? It was like Pokecourt, and then everybody felt so bad and was like, oh my god, that's horrible. And because of like the social media presence of this poor store getting robbed, Nintendo sent them like a cease and desist or something and told them to change their name. And I'm like, damn, all right. Yeah, no, Emu still might be the cheapest top meta deck. It is. I think it's less than $30. Might be 50. Hold up, I'm checking. The ground deaths might have fallen. Ground deaths might have fallen. Mayhaps. Yeah, the ground deaths are like $2. $2, $3. That's not bad. We take those. Uh-oh. Stream dying? Hello? This says something about say-so. Yeah, Emu's pretty cheap. Emu is like less than $30. It's a good deck, so. I have no idea. Are they gonna ban Empty Throne? Because they did announce a One Piece ban. They're doing like a ban list next month. They're updating it. I'm on 3 ground decks for my build. The rest of the cards are literally free from my LGS's Pokemon. Yeah, I've seen some people start bringing the ground deaths down to 3. Because I asked one of my friends and I'm like, why are you guys bringing it down to 3? And I think it's because it's not searchable, so it's sometimes hard to play. $10 deck maybe. Yeah, you could, if your LGS has a One Piece bin, yeah. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you. Why are we almost, we actually might be hitting the fucking sub goal with my mother. I don't even know how to explain it to her. I'm just gonna be like, Mom, are you free for like 1 hour to come film a YouTube video with me? And she'll be like, Sai, what the fuck? Oh my god. I have a plan. I'm gonna make her react to VTuber designs. And maybe have her react to my clips. I have no idea. She's been excited. Why'd you say that? How is those of thine see? I have been in the hospital now. Recently I had a dual collision with a semi-truck. Oh my god. I hope you're okay. Holy shit. Oh. My call for the ban list is a Pudding and Vegapunk event. This event is gonna be busted once EBO4 Borsalino has arrived. Dude, that Borsalino might legitimately be more expensive, like, than Nami once it comes here to the States. Truck-kun. Will the leaders rise and fall depending on the meta? Yeah, 100%. Time to create a playlist of all the songs. My mom's gonna hit me. I mean, she knows I stream and stuff, but she's too boomer, you know what I mean? Like, my mom will still call me and ask me, like, Sai, what's the password to my email? And I'm sitting here like, why would I know the password to your email? I don't know the password to your email. I'm sorry, Mom. Yeah. This Worsley is going crazy high. It's going to be more expensive than Nami. 100%. 100%. Yeah, my dad does that too. Dude, my mom is... Sometimes I just look at her and I'm like, I don't know your password. I'm sorry. Like, I have no idea. Like, you will have to ask someone else to help you with that. Sorry, mother. She might be lurking around. My mom, she just got back from, so she went from the Philippines to Thailand to do some vacationing. So she's been recovering. She's been a little bit tired. I haven't talked to my mom in the last few days. She's been tired. I'm straight just the password keeper. Yeah, my mom thinks for some reason I know every single fucking password she has. Nico Robin is best girl, and that's facts. Man, I love Nico Robin. Please, someone make a hat of this and send it to me. You think if I go to like one of those hat places, they will they can make something like this for me? My grandma's the same way. I'm doing well. During my heart rate test, I needed the doctors to restart it. Oh my gosh, I'm safe now though. That's good. I'm glad to hear. I have a friend who does custom hats. I want a hat like this. I will wear it. Milner. Man, I love Nico Robin. Miss Nico Robin. Heart emoji. Listen, I love Nami, okay, but Nico Robin has my heart. That woman, she's been through hell and back, and I will die for her. Facts. Final day? Per claps, maybe? Should we get reacting? I've been yapping for like an hour. Low-key though, I've been enjoying the yapping. Milner sounds like a Norse weapon. Yeah, it probably sounds like, what is it? Thor's weapon? Is it Thor's weapon? Mjolnir? Mjolnir? I don't think it's Mjolnir. Will you come back? Bye, Dragon King. How do you think about live action Robin? They could not have cast a better person. They could not have cast a better person. Mjolnir. Mjolnir. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's why it sounds like Milner. I love Milner. Man, I love Nico Robin. Malner. Is it pronounced Malner? Yeah, Nico Robin has my heart. Favorite straw hat, hands down. Listen, I know people, Nami is kind of the favorite, right? But Nico Robin will always have my heart. Forever and ever. Amen. One of my little brother's friends got a hat that said, "I'll fight for the bush like soldiers in the Middle East. You probably can get your Robin hat done." I really want this hat. At least she's not Sakura. Are you talking about Naruto? I've never seen Naruto, so I don't know what that could mean. I don't know what that could imply. One of my friends really wants me to get into Naruto, but I can't. I just can't. I don't know what it is. Mjolnir? I have no idea. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not good at pronouncing. Also, chat, I need to go pee. I need to go pee. I will be right back. Okay, give me a few minutes. I also probably should refill my water. I drank so much of it. I will BRB. I will put you guys on my beautiful BRB screen I don't get to use. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm back. I refilled my water. Why didn't you just get to use a BRB screen? Wait, what? What? Isn't that what I just did? I did use my BRB screen. No, for Red Walk, we gotta change it up every once in a while. You know what I mean? We gotta change it up. You know, I did get it. I do have a nice BRB screen. We don't get to see it often. It's very bonita. I refill my water and everything, so we're all good. I did put more gamer subs. I think it says like don't get like 4 servings worth of gamer subs? She didn't wash her hands. Yes, I did. Oh, this one, I really like this flavor. It's so good. Blue Screen Babe by Amelie. Amazing. Should we get to reacting or? We probably should. We probably should. With soap, yes. I just got this new like foamy soap, and it's like the stream died for a minute while you were gone. Did it really? Did it really die? Huh. Did you dry? Yes. I have a cute like hand towel too. Got like a Pokemon hand towel. It did the usual crash. See, I hate when that happens because I'm pretty sure it's my multi-streaming software, and I keep looking for like a solution, and I can't seem to find anything. Guacamole Gamerfar 9000. That's one of the first flavors I ever tried from Gamer Subs, and it's still one of my favorites. Gamer Subs is just, they just do it right. You know what I mean? I've tried other energy drink companies and stuff like that, and you know, I don't think there has been one that I'm like, I don't really like them, but I think Gamer Subs, and I swear to God, this is not me trying to like, I guess, be biased or anything like that, because I was a huge Gamer Subs drinker even before I was Poseidon. I would order tubs and tubs and tubs of them, but it's just something about Gamer Subs so good. Is water wet? Maybe. How can you dry it if your hair is water? Don't worry about it. The names are off-putting, but God, are they the best. The names are so funny. Like, what? I got, Plowed and Proud. Like, that's still such a funny name to me. Plowed and Proud, baby. How to say no, I can only have any kind of caffeinated beverage, food, or product. I will say, Gamer Subs does have non-caffeine options. Like, I have some of my flavors in non-caffeine, because sometimes I just want, like, a nice, sweet drink, but then not have to be caffeinating, you know what I mean? Sometimes I like making dinner, and I'm like, damn, I really want something sweet to drink. Let me just do the no-caffeine version. I was really hoping I could get one of, like, the limited edition tubs, but I unfortunately did not. Crying. Titty milk. Gamerfar blowhole blast. So good. Including any of the substitutes. Ah, I see. Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. Let's see. I think we can move into the next thing we're gonna do. Full screen mode, because I want to do full screen today. Is this okay? Okay, I think we're good. Still waiting for a Poseidon waifu cup. So here's the thing. If my code on Gamer Subs gets used a certain amount of times, I do get an opportunity to make a cup or a flavor. Which I think if I were to choose between the two, I'd want to make a flavor. But it is kind of a long shot, I will say. You guys would have to use my code like a lot of times. Like a lot of times. So just a heads up. Come first in flavor. I like the flavor more than cups. I think I would rather do a flavor than cup. If I had the opportunity, I would like to do both, but I know they give us the option. If I were to do a flavor, I would like to do like a cucumber mint flavor. Something refreshing, you know? Cucumber mint lime or something. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Because cups, I feel like a personal taste for people, but flavors you can kind of advertise to a larger audience. You know? Because even if they are not like a huge VTuber person, if they like the flavor, they'll buy. What would your flavor be called? I don't know. What would my flavor be called? Ocean water, just a toughest. I feel like Sonic has that already. The ocean water name. I don't know. I would probably have something like a funny name or something. But you know, it's one of those things we'll cross that road, or we'll cross the bridge when we get there. So I'm not tripping. It is what it is. It's kind of a long shot, so I don't want to talk about it and like, you know, it never happened. Because it is a very it is quite the low chance, you know? Ambrosia, nectar of the gods. Anyways, we're back! Yap and react with Sai, your favorite water goddess. We're gonna be reacting to Wolfie VGC today because I do love his videos and I feel like I learned so much from just watching him. So we're gonna watch what is the worst water type Pokemon, which might be a little bit of a soft spot for me. I'm the water goddess. I do love water Pokemon, so having to list someone as the worst, might be a little heartbreaking for me, but we shall see. What is the worst water type Pokemon by Wolfie VGC?
Pokemon is. On the one hand, it seems like a stupid question to ask because, like, of course, worst is subjective.
It's very, very subjective.
To a certain degree, right? So you would think that if you asked the question, your answer would be, well, it depends based on what do you value in a Pokemon. But what I think is a little bit more interesting is if you talk about the worst water type Pokemon in a competitive context. Now, I recently made another video like this where I tried to find the worst
for like all the types.
Fire type Pokemon competitively.
Oh, the BGM is still on. Hold on, let me turn it off. There we go.
And it was pretty difficult because, as it turns out, there are a lot of really good fire types, or I should say, most fire types are at least decently good. It was similarly very difficult to narrow down the list of Pokemon I wanted to talk about here, but for the opposite reason, which is there are a lot of really bad water type Pokemon. And this is funny because water actually is a great type, and there's a lot of really good water type Pokemon too. The problem is just there's a lot of
Belly Drum Azumarill
of water type Pokemon, period. I didn't realize this before starting this video, but water actually has the most Pokemon total out of any type. So I guess it makes sense that there are actually
I actually did not know that.
Fair few bad ones and a fair few good ones. That being said, after looking through a lot of results, which were basically just pages of nothing, I feel now ready to talk about 10 of the worst water type Pokemon ever made. As a reminder, I'm only talking about how good these Pokemon were or would be if you tried to use them competitively. I'm not talking about design. I'm not talking about moral value or anything like that. I'm strictly talking about the competitive Pokemon and specifically the official competitive Pokemon format, which is VGC or Double Battles. Anyway, with all that being said, let's start by talking about the number 10 worst water type on our list.
Oh, we're doing 10 of them.
Which is the best water type on our list, Omastar. Omastar is an interesting Pokemon.
I don't like the way that Pokemon looks, but that's not what this video is about.
I think the fossil Pokemon in general tend to be pretty cool and memorable. That's just my personal opinion. Sick. But competitively, it has some major weaknesses. One of the biggest ones is the typing. Water and Rock are not very good when combined. It's not like immediately a death sentence for your Pokemon, but you're not thrilled if you catch a Pokemon and that's the typing either. The main issue is that you end up with a quadruple weakness to grass, and neither type is really excellent at getting rid of grass type Pokemon. Then you also have a couple other common weaknesses like to electric, ground, and fighting. The stats are by no means bad. Like, it's actually really bulky on the physical side, and on the special side,
it's Lord Helix. It is Lord Helix.
It's not unplayable. It's also relatively strong. But the main issue is because the typing is so bad, you really want Omastar to be kind of this fast and frail, like, special attacker. And while it has the damage, it's not actually very fast at all. Omastar actually gets the Swift Swim ability, which doubles its speed in the rain. But the problem is that it's actually so slow that unless you invest a ton of points, you're still not going to be outspeeding a lot of Pokemon that are common, at least nowadays. Or I should say, you're not going to be outspeeding those Pokemon if they have any kind of help, like if they have Tailwind or if they have Choice Scarf, or even like just certain super fast Pokemon like Regieleki is, kind of a bad faith example.
I love this Reggie. I actually think Regieleki might be my favorite Reggie.
But even still, there are some Pokemon you can't outspeed even with Swift Swim active. That being said, I was between a couple Pokemon for this slot, and like they were all usable in some regard. And so
Volcanion is like bad?
Omastar is certainly, I mean, it's obviously
maybe because I'm thinking from the TCG perspective, where I remember Volcanion being meta, so maybe it's I know it's completely different in VGC.
Not the worst Pokemon on our list, it's the best Pokemon on our list of bad Pokemon, but Like, it still has stuff that it can do. The main thing that comes to mind is Omastar gets the attack Shell Smash, which is a really powerful setup move. Unfortunately, it's a powerful setup move that also lowers Omastar's defenses, which is not great. If you're wondering why Omastar is on this list and not Kabutops, when I think in theory Kabutops should be worse, Kabutops actually saw a little play at some point, and by that I mean it actually got 10th place at UK Nationals back in 2015, and basically the rule is if a Pokemon has a single half-decent result, then they don't get put on the list. You might think in theory that Omastar would be better than Kabutops, but I think Kabutops being a little bit faster and being a physical attacker with access to Rock Slide and having stats that I think are slightly more geared towards the like offensive.
Oh, but Canyon can't be used in VGC. It is a mythical. Oh, okay.
Pokemon in Rain role that Omastar wants to be. I think basically allowed it to be slightly better.
Makes
Overall, though, if you
sense.
wanted to use one Pokemon on this list, Omastar is the one that I would recommend. On the topic of things that I recommend, let me tell you about this video's sponsor, Raycon. I've had the pleasure of working with Raycon as a sponsor on this channel for quite some time now, but I'm still always amazed at the comfort and convenience of their products. The essential open earbuds have been a staple for me while running, allowing me to stay connected to my surroundings while still enjoying my music. Sometimes I like to think about videos like this one while out on a run. And I mean, come on, I can't think about what the worst flying type Pokemon is if I can't hear the birds in real life, right? These earbuds being super light.
Yeah, I think Wolfie had to like go into the ocean to make this video. He had to chill inside the ocean to figure out what the worst water type is.
Lightweight and secure while still feeling open really gives me the best of both worlds. And it's safe to say that I'm a fan. A long battery life and comfortable fit makes them a no-brainer when choosing something to wear while working out. Oh, what's that, Omastar?
Oh?
You want some earbuds, but the tournament earnings aren't really coming in? That's okay.
What?
Raycons are affordable compared to other premium audio brands. And with Black Friday and
These ones
Cyber
are
Monday
pretty
right
good.
around the corner, you can save.
I actually do need some new earbuds. my AirPods I've had for like 6-7 years, unironically. And I think they're dying.
Up to 30% on all Raycon audio products.
Oh!
Click the link in the
he's
description
vibing.
box or
Lord
go
Helix.
to buyraycon.com/wolfeyopen to get up to
6-7.
30% off during Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. That's
I'm late.
buyraycon.com/wolfeyopen. Thanks again to
late.
Raycon for sponsoring this video. Okay, already there's a pretty big drop between number 10 and number 9. Coming in at number 9 is Relicanth. Relicanth? Relicanth?
Relicanth? I low-key forgot this Pokemon existed. I'm sorry.
I don't know. The rockfish. I don't know why, but I actually quite like Relicanth. I think it's kind of cute. I don't know. It's probably
like
not a
an
very
ugly
popular
cute.
opinion, but it's also not very good. Relicanth actually shares the exact same typing as Omastar, being a water and rock type, so it has all the same issues that Omastar has. And actually, funnily enough, Relicanth stats like share a bit in common with Omastar, where it's very slow. Actually, well, it's the same speed set as Omastar, which is very slow. It's really respectably bulky on the physical side, and its special bulk is lacking but still usable. Unfortunately, though, Relicanth is actually meaningfully weaker than Omastar. It will struggle even more to do damage. Funnily enough, it also gets the Swift Swim ability. Now, this doesn't make Relicanth sound very good, and it's not, but the reason why Relicanth actually isn't higher up on this list is that it does have one somewhat useful niche that I don't want to say that it excels at filling, but like it has something that it can do. We're getting to Pokemon later on this list.
So he can't take damage from recoil. Interesting.
It's a lot harder to find something for them to do. But okay, for now, Relicanth has 3 useful abilities. We've already talked about Swift Swim, which doubles its speed in the rain, which gives it something to do, but like there's so many better Swift Swim users out there that you probably would rather use something else. It's actually a similar problem for Omastar. It also gets the ability Sturdy, which is a great ability and keeps it alive at 1 HP if it's at full HP and would be knocked out, but it's not a very good Sturdy user either because it doesn't do that much damage. And then it gets Rockhead. So Rockhead's kind of an interesting ability because it prevents the user from taking recoil damage from moves that would otherwise deal recoil damage. These are moves like Flare Blitz and Brave Bird, neither of which Relicanth gets because it's not flaring or a bird. But Relicanth does get the extremely powerful rock type move Head Smash. So Head Smash is actually as strong as Hyper Beam, but the cost is that it does a ton of recoil damage. However, if Relicanth uses Head Smash, then it won't take any recoil damage, provided it has the Rock Head ability. Relicanth still isn't that strong, but because Head Smash is such a powerful attack, this is something for it to do, okay? It's not amazing, but you could use it potentially as a trick room.
I need someone to make a competitive Relicanth right now.
Attacker, I still don't think it's very good, but this is the one thing that kind of Relicanth has. Other than that, though, you're probably just using it to unlock the Reggies. And if you want to unlock more content, you can do it by subscribing. Maybe you'll find Reggie Wolf. Ooh. If you're enjoying this video, I do intend to make more of this series, so
that was a jump scare.
Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss them. Anyway, let's talk about number 8, which is a very beloved water type Pokemon, but I'm going to talk about it anyway.
No.
Wailord. So Wailord is a really funny
Sorry, I love this damn
Pokemon and really memorable, I think in part because of the design. I think in large part because of the design, and it's just such a big Pokemon. However, I think one of the problems that a lot of the water type Pokemon on this list struggle with is the fact that like, because there are so many water type Pokemon, there's normally a better one to fill a niche. Some of the weaker ones, like some of the ones on this list, they don't really have anything to do that can't be done better than another Pokemon. And that's true for Wailord in my opinion. Wailord is a pure water type Pokemon, which is actually really good typing. You get a couple useful resistances and you only have 2 weaknesses. And so overall, I mean, water's a good type. So if you're a water type Pokemon, you have no secondary type, that's pretty good. The problem, well, there's a couple problems with Wailord, okay? Probably the easiest to understand is the stats. Wailord has really, really high HP, I think because it's so big, but its defenses are really bad. And like, so even though you have so much HP, you're not actually that tanky because your defenses are just abysmal. And your offenses also aren't good at all. And you're also not fast. Basically, Wailord's only good stat is its HP, but its HP is only as useful as the defenses can make it. And its defenses aren't good at all. So you basically have a Pokemon with effectively 6 bad stats out of 6. And sometimes Pokemon can have bad stats and still be okay, but the problem is that Wailord's abilities don't really help it. It has Water Veil, which prevents it from being burned, which, I mean, okay. It has Oblivious, which means that it can't fall in love, which is sad. And then it does Pressure, which like is funny because they normally give that to legendary Pokemon, but it's not very good for Wailord. So the only thing that could save Wailord is the moves. And I will say that the reason why Wailord is not further down on our list is because of, well, one specific move that it gets. Wailord gets arguably one of the best water type moves in the game, maybe the best water type move in Water Spout. This is an incredibly powerful move starting at 150 base power, which is the same as
100% accuracy.
And it hits both your opponent's Pokemon and can be powered up in the rain, which is a big part of what makes it so strong. But the catch is that the lower your HP gets, the weaker the move gets. So at half HP, you're only at 75 base power. I think it scales linearly, but regardless, once you start losing HP, it's not very good. Water Spout has seen a ton of play over the years, in large part because of Kyogre. And basically the playstyle that you want to have when you're using Water Spout is to have your Water Spout user get them in, ideally in the rain at the right time, and then just click Water Spout before your opponents can attack, so you can like maximize the value from the move. And so if you really wanted to use Wailord and you, I don't know, you had a little Wailord hat and you like had a little Wailord t-shirt, right? And you're like, I love Wailord, let me use Wailord, right? You could maybe do something with Water Spout. Maybe give it a choice specs. Maybe you try to get an inside Trick Room. Maybe you like, I don't know, have a Trick Room Pokemon that also has Rain Dance. I don't know. Like, it's not super easy, but you could maybe do something with it. It's such a good move that you could justify using Wailord if you really wanted it. Now, Wailord is also really big and it weighs a ton, so like you could consider Heavy Slam, but I wouldn't really recommend it personally too. And other than that, I don't really think there's that many super notable moves that Wailord gets. You can use Fissure if you want. I don't really recommend it, but like you could, if you're like, I really want to use Wailord, you can do that. But yeah, not a good Pokemon and not a Pokemon that's very easy to use, but it has something that it can do, so it's you know, in the first half of our list. Okay, coming in at number 7 is a Pokemon that I'm personally quite disappointed by because it's so funny, but it just doesn't work in a competitive environment. And that's Cramorant.
Any TCG players remember Lost Box?
So Cramorant is a really weird Pokemon. It's a water and flying type Pokemon.
He likes eating Pikachu for dinner.
On which I would say is not great typing, but also isn't terrible. You get some useful resistances like to water and to fighting, and you're immune to ground, which is all good. You resist bug,
but it's 4 times weak to lightning.
Isn't that useful, but whatever, more resistances is good. But the problem is that you have a quadruple weakness to electric and a weakness to rock. Now this is somewhat balanced because although having a quadruple weakness is quite bad, having only 2 weaknesses is quite good. So the typing I would say is not the main issue. For me personally, the biggest issue that I have with Cramorant is the way that they implemented its stupid signature ability. I say it's stupid, but it's such a funny ability. It's called Gulp Missile. And the way that it works basically is that Cramorant has, I guess, 3 forms. It has its base form where it's just standing there kind of looking in both directions. Then it has its gulping form and it also has its gorging form. So basically the way the forms work is that if you use surf or dive, then Cramorant will pop under the water and get a little fish, okay? Or something else. We'll get to that in a second. And if it has a fish in its mouth and it gets hit by an attack from your opponent, it will spit out the fish, go back to its regular form, and the fish does 1/4 of your opponent's maximum health, which is actually a ton. It only gets the fish though if it's above 50% HP. Otherwise, Cramorant actually gets a Pikachu. This is called its gorging form. Also, in addition to doing damage, I believe it lowers your defense. That's what it's saying online. I don't remember that, but Cramorant basically saw no play, so it's probably true. I believe the internet. Anyway, the other form is the gulping form.
Surely it's true because it's on the internet, right?
In my opinion, much funnier. Basically, if Cramorant is above half health, health when it goes under the water, it enters its gulping form and it gets an Arrokuda in its mouth, which is the, you know, lose a quarter HP and lower defense. But if it's below 50%, then it goes underwater and it comes up with a Pikachu. The Pikachu also deals 25% HP, but instead of lowering the defense of the opponent, it paralyzes them. This is a ridiculous effect. Like basically paralysis is super good, and being able to paralyze the opponent on a whim is amazing. But the problem is that the only way for Cramorant to enter these forms is to use the move Surf and Dive. Dive is basically unplayable, at least in the official competitive format, because basically all the Pokemon run Protect. Like Dive is a 2-turn move, so you're effectively never able to actually like hit anything with Dive, and it's not very strong either. We're not talking about a 100+ base power move. Dive is pretty weak. So you're basically forced to use Surf, which hits your partner. And so if you want to use Surf Cramorant, you kind of have to build your whole team around it. Maybe use Pokemon like Storm Drain Gastrodon, or I don't know, some kind of Water Absorb, Toxicroak, or whatever. It's not very good, basically. And a big part of the issue is because Cramorant has the signature gimmick that is actually, I think the gimmick itself is quite powerful. They wanted to make sure to not make it overtuned, and so they gave it just completely abysmal stats.
Oh, okay, abysmal might be too strong.
There's Pokemon that I can say that they have abysmal stats, but there's nothing good about the stats. Basically, it's a really average set of stats across the board, slightly below average across the board. So Cramorant doesn't really have very good survivability. It's not very fast, and it's also not very strong. And while it's okay in all these areas, when your signature ability is such a huge pain to actually, I don't know, make work, it's not worth it. I think that they could have maybe made Cramorant slightly better if it entered its forms when it used Max Geyser when it was in Dynamax form, or maybe if they gave it a special Gigantamax form that had a special Gigantamax move that allowed it to enter, like to get the fish in its mouth or the Pikachu in its mouth or whatever. But they didn't do that, and so poor Cramorant is stuck with kind of nothing to do. That being said, I could see a world where Cramorant is usable because the effect is so good. Like usable, I don't want to say it would be a good Pokemon ever, but specifically if we were in a low power format without any legendaries and there wasn't any kind of crazy gimmick like Dynamax or whatever, and Gastrodon was also legal, like I would have to go right, but I could see Cramorant being used. Also, I just want to say I love the shiny Cramorant form. I think it looks amazing.
So good.
I think it's actually
Orange Cramorant.
My favorite shinies from Sword and Shield. Okay, our number 6 slot I think is going to surprise some people. Not that I think that people will be surprised to see it on this list, but that I think people will be surprised that it's not higher up. I'm talking about the elemental monkey Simipour. I feel like the monkeys in general are just pretty widely hated. I think these are some of the least popular Pokemon of all time, though I don't know that for sure. Basically, this is a pure water type Pokemon introduced in Generation 5 that... What can I say about it? Well, it's not very good. You're basically given this over the course of the story, just like as a way to beat the first gym. And I think because, you know, this is effectively a second starter Pokemon, they didn't want it to be...
Is anybody following the Punch the Monkey stuff? Yeah, I'm about to want to go to like fly to Japan and you know, teach those bully monkeys a lesson. I'm gonna tell them to not mess with my boy Punch. Dude, I saw them like drag him around and hit him, and I was like, oh no! This poor little guy, why are you guys bullying him? I never thought I'd throw hands with a monkey, but fucking we right. Don't you dare bully my boy Punch!
Very good. I think it was intended to just help you get through the early game. The monkeys are not very well.
Hell yeah.
However, of the monkeys, I think that Simipour is probably the best one. I talked about Simisear in the fire type video, so I don't want to go too far in depth here. But basically, Simipour, what makes it bad is that it doesn't have good stats, it doesn't have good abilities, but it does have a usable move pool. Specifically, Simipour is actually 101 base speed, which is one above 100. 101 is one more than 100. Good job, Wolf. But base 100 is a really big deal to get over, at least back in the day when Simipour was, you know, maybe usable, because Pokemon like Kangaskhan and Mega Charizard Y were both around base 100. There were a couple other Pokemon around that range too, so you really want it to be faster than them. And Simipour has like enough bulk that it's probably not going to get one shot by a not super effective attack. Probably. It could still go down to like a really powerful attack or maybe a crit, but for the most part, I think that Simipour should survive one attack. And that's a big deal because Simipour has the move Nasty Plot, which doubles the user's special attack stat. It also gets access to the high base power move Hydro Pump, which, you know, at +2 special attack can actually do some decent damage, especially if you have a life orb or maybe like a Mystic Water or some other kind of boost. Maybe it's raining. As a water type, it also gets access to Ice Beam, which is super useful because you're able to hit the grass type Pokemon that resist your water type moves. And back in the day, it also got Scald, which is a more consistent water type attack. Now, I don't want to mislead you, like Simipour is a really bad Pokemon, but we're going to talk about worse. And actually, we can start talking about worse Pokemon because the number 5 slot is Swanna. Swanna, I think, is a very forgettable Pokemon. It's a water and flying type Pokemon.
I do like Swanna.
Where there's actually quite a few of these. I mean, Gyarados is the most iconic, but like we've already talked about another one on this list. Swanna, in my opinion, is a Pokemon that really suffers from what we were talking about earlier, where if you were going to use Swanna, there are just objectively better Pokemon that you could use instead.
Fair enough.
In fact, there's even a better water and flying type Pokemon who's a special attacker who has an ability that is related to the rain and also has the ability Keen-Eye, and that's Pelipper. Like, there's very little reason to use Swanna when you could use Pelipper, and I don't even like
It's
Pelipper
just better
personally.
Swanna.
Don't worry, Pelipper's not on the list. I'm not that biased. Okay, so Swanna's a water and flying type Pokemon. We understand that's not that good.
He's scared if Pelipper was on the list, he'd get jumped or something.
3 abilities that are effectively worthless. You have Keen-Eye, which prevents your accuracy being lowered. This is effectively worthless. It has a Big Pecs, which is a really funny ability that I laugh at every time I think about, but it's not very good. It prevents your defense from being lowered. Doesn't really matter in a Pokemon like Swanna. And then it has Hydration, which could be a good ability on the right Pokemon. Like, I think Goodra is a Pokemon that can use this well. It cures all status conditions at the end of the turn if it's raining on the field. So you sometimes see this with like a Pokemon with the move Rest, where, you know, like a tanky Pokemon like Goodra, it can take a ton of damage, and then you use Rest, and if it's raining, you don't even have to deal with the sleep. You just wake up right away. But the problem is that Swanna isn't tanky enough and doesn't have the defensive typing to make use of a strategy like this. So effectively, it kind of has no ability despite technically having 3. Like many Pokemon on this list, though, I think the real issue is the stats. They're not awful. It has okay bulk, like probably one of the worst that we've talked about thus far, but like it's still not that awful.
I mean,
and the speed is pretty good. It's 98 speed, which it would be better if it was 3 points faster, but it's not. But at 98 is still okay, right? And the offenses are bad. Like, they're bad for offensive stats. They're technically Swanna's second and third highest stat, but
which is horrible.
Yeah, they're still not very good. Swanna also suffers, I think, by virtue of being a flying type, because there isn't really a good flying type special attack that does damage. You're forced to choose between Hurricane and Air Slash. Hurricane being super strong, but it's inaccurate unless it's raining, and Air Slash being really weak and also isn't perfectly accurate for some reason. So basically, like, the way that you'd want to use Swanna if you wanted to get max value out of it is to put it on a rain team and give it like Hurricane and Hydration maybe. But the problem is that if you want a water flying type on a rain team, you would just use Pelipper. I also have a bone to pick, which is that I think Swanna's shiny form is one of the shinies that just like doesn't change enough. I don't know, maybe that's
I like
I actually didn't realize this Pokemon was in Scarlet and Violet until just now. Swanna is a very bad Pokemon, one of the worst water types by far. If you really wanted to use it, you'd probably want to use the moves like Tailwind and Icy Wind. Maybe you could run Helping Hand or Feather Dance to kind of like do a little bit more. It gets the move Endeavor, which, you know, does something at least. Maybe you give it Tailwind or Focus Sash. Overall, though, really bad Pokemon. I think Swanna is so bad that they might give it an evolution at some point, or a Mega Evolution, because it's a fully evolved Pokemon that's so bad that even giving it the Eviolite item wouldn't upset the competitive balance. So I don't know. It's probably not popular enough to warrant one of these changes, but it's just so awful that I think it might get some love at some point. Our number 4 slot, though, definitely won't get an evolution at any point, I think. I shouldn't say definitely. I would be very surprised if it ever evolved. And that's because our number 4 slot is Pyukumuku. Before you get angry at me again, remember...
You take that back.
Remember, this is only talking about the competitive viability of the Pokemon. I like Pyukumuku. I think it's really funny. I love the design. It is a great Pokemon from a lot of angles, just not from the competitive lens. Pyukumuku has a really funny gimmick. If you all know like Wobbuffet, right? And how its gimmick is that it can't do damage directly.
Yeah.
Pyukumuku has the same gimmick. It is slightly better than Wobbuffet though, because it gets the move Toxic, which, you know, poisons the opponent and does damage over time, which Wobbuffet doesn't get. But basically, Pyukumuku only gets moves that doesn't do direct damage, which is a real problem if you're trying to win. I suspect that in single battles, it's considerably better because it gets both Counter and Mirror Coat, which are moves that do damage to the opponent, but only if you took damage. But the problem is in double battles, like, you have to take damage for Counter and Mirror Coat to do something, and the opponent can just target your partner and kind of ignore Pyukumuku. Double battles being a lot faster than single battles also means that the strategy of like using Toxic and then waiting like 20 turns for your opponent to die. I know it doesn't actually take 20 turns. Sorry, I'm being hyperbolic, okay? Waiting 7 turns for your opponent to die.
That's still
is a lot less effective because most battles take like not many more than 10 to 12 turns on average. Now, I know I need to mention it here because if I don't, people are gonna mention it in the comments. Pyukumuku gets a signature move called Purify. And it sounds really good in theory. The way that Purify works is that it heals the target of whatever status condition it has. And then if the target had a status condition, Pyukumuku heals for half its health. This sounds absurd, but the problem is, number 1, if you want to use Purify, you have to use Pyukumuku, which is a pretty big hindrance. And number 2, this move does nothing unless a Pokemon is affected by a status condition. And because this cures the status condition, you really want to be using this on your own partner, but you can't like guarantee that your opponent will even go for a status condition in the first place. Status conditions are also mostly used to slow down like really powerful real offensive Pokemon to buy yourself some time, like defensively. But the issue is that if Pyukumuku is on the field, then your opponent probably doesn't have to worry about slowing you down because you're already kind of playing a 2 versus 1. And so they can just attack and not even bother going for status in the
Just don't even touch the Pyukumuku.
first place. They also introduced Pyukumuku the same generation. They introduced Tapu.
Is there any single battle formats in VGC that are competitive, or is that just kind of a niche format?
Koko and Tapu
Feel free to answer, chat.
Fini, who are 2 Pokemon who have abilities that prevent
VGC
certain status conditions.
Brain pilled. That's why I like learning. That's why I love watching Wolfie's videos, because I feel like I learned something.
All status conditions when they're sent out, and were incredibly popular when Pyukumuku was, first released. I actually briefly considered putting Pyukumuku in the #1 slot because it's just it's really bad, but it does have a couple things it can do. We've already talked about Toxic. It gets Recover, and it also gets moves like Pain Split, which can be used for some like passive damage, though it's not very good, as well as Helping Hand and Taunt, which are useful like moves generally. Still like not easy at all to use this Pokemon, but it has some stuff that it can do still. Okay, before we talk about our top 3, I want to talk about some honorable mentions. Normally for honorable mentions, I talk about Pokemon that were just barely like not bad or good enough to make it onto the list. But for this honorable mentions, I think it's actually going to be more interesting to talk about Pokemon that you would expect to see here, but that aren't here. Starting with Lumineon. Lumineon, I think, is a very unpopular Pokemon. I've seen its name tossed around a bunch when talking about the worst Pokemon ever. But interestingly enough, Lumineon actually
holy shit, we're under 20 minutes. Let's go.
Has a specific niche and actually top cut a regional back in 2019 because it's a Pokemon with the ability Swift Swim that learns the move Tailwind. This was paired with Kyogre back in the day, and it would basically, it's exactly what it sounds like, right? You'd use Lumineon, Swift Swim would double its speed, and then you could use Tailwind to double Kyogre speed, and then you click Water Spout, and the opponent was really pissed. It's not a great Pokemon. I think it was mostly used because it was funny, but like it does have a result. Seeking. Initially, I had Seeking on this list, but because it gets the Lightning Rod ability, it's actually seen a little play over the years, and it actually got 3rd at a tournament back in 2017, which is just pretty ridiculous. Also, can we look at this team? This is a result for Flareon, which I didn't even realize existed, and Miltank and Starmie. So yeah, I don't know what this person was.
What is this team? Hello?
Cooking, but like, I mean, it worked. They got 3rd. Kubuto's we already talked about. Somewhat decent Swift Swim attacker when there aren't better ones around. Back in the day, there weren't many good physical Swift Swim attackers that were also water type, so has a niche. Caracosta. Caracosta I was initially going to put on this list. I was like,
wait, maybe I'm thinking about another Pokemon. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen Caracosta, but maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, surely this thing has no results. Its 2 results that are logged are 2nd place in 2018 and 3rd place in 2017, both at a regional. Very impressive. Don't know why, but I mean, it has results when saved it from this list. Kingler. Kingler I initially was also considering for this list, but because Kingler got a Gigantamax form that was actually like not good, but playable, doesn't make it on. Tentacruel, I thought of a Tentacruel, but I think it's like, it's seen a little bit play every now and again, and it's just like too good of a Pokemon in a vacuum to belong on this list, in my opinion. Mantine I initially had in the list as well, but I'm almost positive I used it at some point. I gotta ask Marcus, because I'm pretty sure I was cooking with Mantine at some point. It gets Wide Guard and also Water Absorb, so it's really good into Kyogre. I don't remember exactly what I was doing with it, but I'm almost positive I tried it at some point. Technically, Mantine hardwalls Calyrex Ice Rider because you're immune to ground, it uses high horsepower, and then you have Wide Guard to stop Glacial Lance. Also, I'm pretty sure it was used a little bit during Sword and Shield for like a minute, but I couldn't find any like record of this, but I'm pretty sure I remember it. Anyway, Mantine's safe. Okay, here's a really funny one.
Hey, if he remembers it, it happened.
Huntail and Gorbis. Initially, I had these 2 Pokemon in contention. I was like thinking about them for the list. However, the way that I do these lists is that I only talk about the Pokemon's strongest form. So I wouldn't talk about, Eevee instead of Vaporeon, right? That's a bad example.
Wait, I'm here! I made a cameo!
It's not the right same type, but you get the gist, right? And although both Huntail and Gorbis have no results and are really bad Pokemon, Clamperl has a niche. It's mostly used for content, but basically, if Clamperl holds the Deep Sea Tooth item, its special attack and attack stat double, making it actually pretty strong. And Clamperl is one of the slowest Pokemon in the entire game. And so Clamperl with Deep Sea Tooth is a legitimate Trick Room sweeper. Basically, the way that it used to work is that back in the day,
don't underestimate the little Clamperl guy.
if you wanted to win with all unevolved Pokemon, you had to use Clamperl as one of your attackers because it has the signature item. I don't know if people know about this, but yeah, Deep Sea Tooth Clamperl actually does tons of damage. Like it's actually a strong Pokemon. It's an actual threat. Anyway, because Clamperl is good, I saved Huntail and Gorbis from this list. There's probably some more bad water types that you're thinking of and you're like, why isn't it on the list? But I promise you, I thought about it. I thought about Whiscash. I thought about Octillery. I thought about Lantern. I thought about Feraligatr. I initially was going to put Feraligatr over Almostar, but I thought people would be mad, and Feraligatr has like good enough stats and Dragon Dance and a good ability. So I was like, yeah, it can't be Feraligatr, but I almost did it. Okay. But if you like Feraligatr, that's for you. Okay. You can thank me later. You can thank me now. I don't care. Anyway, top 3 time. These are the 3 worst water type Pokemon. Coming in at number 3 is Corsola. I love Corsola. I'm just going to say it straight up.
Sorry. I love that damn thing.
This is one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it's so cute. I think it's really funny looking. I like the weird guys, you know? I like the ones that are like, what is this thing? Little coral monster. Anyway, Corsola is awful. Really, really bad. A fun fact is actually back in the day, I held a tournament called Corsola Cup. The VOD is still up. I think it has no commentary, so I don't think it's like a very entertaining video. But
okay, he has to do it again now. Wolfie, you have to do another one of these now.
Premise is that it was a 1v1 tournament where each player only brought one Pokemon, and the only Pokemon legal was Corsola. And I think
Well, yes, Reinhardt, thank you for the 15. We're back in 1 hour.
might have been Hidden Power Grasp, but I don't remember. Anyway, it was like a really interesting study in how a metagame develops. And how like initially I think Mirror Coat Course was really popular, and then people started running Earthquake, and then people started using Air Balloon with like Substitute and Toxic. I don't know. It's a cool Pokemon. I like Corsola a lot. Anyway, Corsola is not very good.
Now he has to do another Corsola Cup.
Corsola to me looks like a Pokemon that was supposed to evolve. And to be fair, there is a
I love Corsola. Is it Corsola?
I like Corsola, who's a ghost type, who has an evolution called Cursula, which is I think just like a really great pun generally, but it's not a water type Pokemon, so it's not like a viable, like you can't evolve water type Corsola into.
If he does, I'll pay you $100 to enter. If he does, I will enter.
To anything, so it doesn't count for this list. Anyway, Corsola, I mean, the biggest issue are the stats. What is this? What are they doing?
Holy shit, that speed is so bad.
I really can't justify this by any means.
Why are you guys locking me in this subathon still?
Got okay defenses, but a bad HP stat, so it's like, I mean, okay, not an awful HP stat, but not a good one either. It's extremely slow, and it has no offense. Like, pretty much almost any combination of moves, abilities, and item is not going to save Corsola from these stats. Also, it's our third water and rock type. Not a good typing, not a good pairing for water. It at least gets a decent ability in Regenerator, which, you know, heals it every time it switches out. But the problem is that when it comes back in, even if it's healthier, still doesn't have anything to do. Part of the reason why Corsola ends up in the top 3 is that looking at the move pool and looking at the stats and the abilities, it's really hard for me to even recommend a set. Like, I can't even really think of anything great or good or even fine for Corsola to do. You can use Icy Wind. Maybe in a more recent game, it would get Body Press. Not likely, to be honest, but maybe. But like Iron Defense Body Press, maybe. I don't know. Like, there's really nothing for it to do. I think this is another Pokemon where I wouldn't be shocked if they got an evolution at some point. But until then, it's just, I love it, and it's also terrible.
We want Mother. Why no?
Guys,
okay,
number 2 is going to surprise a lot of people, okay? But I'm going to say it, okay? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to tell you what the second worst water type Pokemon is. And P, you're going to be surprised, probably, because you probably thought it was number 1. The second worst water type Pokemon is Luvdisc.
Okay, and no one was surprised. Fork found in the kitchen.
This is a Pokemon that clearly was not designed to be a competitive threat or a competitive consideration, even. This thing has a base stat total of 330. They are making Pokemon double that nowadays. And the funny thing is that a lot of those points
these Pokemon would just smush this poor Luvdisc.
Almost a third of them are in its speed stat, which, like, yeah, speed is an important stat, but you have to be able to do something with that speed for it to actually matter. Base 30 attack and base 40 special attack, I think, has got to be some of the worst offenses we've seen in this list, barring Kikumuku. And the defenses are also some of the worst stats.
When it comes back, it's still Corsola.
I mean, I could talk for a long time about what makes Luvdisc so bad, but it doesn't have anything going for it. With one exception, okay? And this is the reason why Luvdisc is in the number 2 slot, not the number 1 slot. I think also, you know, consider the source here. I really love making unorthodox Pokemon work and making Pokemon that other people have written off, like seeing the potential in them and finding a way to make them good. So I think that definitely probably colors some of my
what could possibly be worse than Luvdisc
of these Pokemon, because most people would say that Luvdisc
I don't know what one would be, but I feel like it's going to piss someone off.
The worst water type Pokemon of all time, but it has one thing that it can do that I don't think that any other Pokemon can do, at least not recently. Luvdisc gets the ability Swift Swim, which is a great ability. It doubles a Pokemon speed set in the rain. We've talked about it already on this list. But Luvdisc also gets a specific move that it can pair with Swift Swim. And that move is Entrainment. Entrainment is a move that takes the user's ability and gives it to the target. And in a double battle, you can use that on your own partner. So you could, for example, have Luvdisc and, say, Choice Specs Kyogre. And you can use Kyogre to set the range.
Wild combo, by the way.
And then you could go Terra Water with your Kyogre, Entrainment onto your own Kyogre, overwrite the Drizzle ability, which doesn't matter because the rain is already up, double Kyogre speed, and then click Water Spout. And if you're lucky, you wipe your opponent's board and you win the game. The main advantage of Entrainment Love Disc is that you're also able to use moves like Endeavor with Focus Sash and Icy Wind as well. So it kind of lets you combo your speed control. And you could also pair it with a Tailwind user. So maybe you have Entrainment Love Disc and Tailwind on your team.
I only follow peeps under 5 feet. Thank you for the follow, but I may not look like it right now, but I swear to God, I'm 5'11".
So that you can match other Tailwind teams.
Thank you.
It's not good and it's not consistent, and it would mostly be used for YouTube content, but there is something that Love Disc can do, and so it ends up in the number 2 slot. That being said, it's such a bad Pokemon. This is kind of the only thing that it can do, that it is like still worse in my opinion than Corsola, which is a Pokemon with not one clear niche, but at least slightly better stats than what we're working with Love Disc. Because basically, if you wanted to do almost anything else with Love Disc, it would not be worth your time. Okay, there's only one Pokemon left, and I think most of you are probably not expecting
this Pokemon possibly be
it, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. Wugtrio.
Sorry. I did not expect Wugtrio. That's crazy.
Wugtrio is the worst water type Pokemon. Now, Wugtrio is a bunch of worms that like live inside of a rock, but for some reason it's not part rock type. I guess the rock is kind of like its Pokeball or whatever. Let me say some nice things about Wugtrio. I love the design. I think this is a really
it's so silly,
clever reimagining of the Diglett and Dugtrio line. Personally, I really didn't love the Alolan Diglett.
Are they worms? Like, what are they?
And Dugtrio lines, I thought that was, well, Alolan Dugtrio was pretty funny actually, but Alolan Diglett I thought was disappointing. Wiglet, I love.
It just has little, like 3 little pieces of hair on top.
I think it's one of the funniest Gen 9 Pokemon. I think it's amazing. And Wugtrio is pretty good as well. That's about all I can say. Wait, no, I can also say I like the shiny form. I think the shiny form is really, really nice looking.
It's so good.
Good job,
I love it
shiny.
shiny.
And that's pretty much all I can say about Wugtrio. Wugtrio does have better stats than a lot of the Pokemon on our list. It has a usable attack stat. I think this is peppered by the fact that I've been looking at terrible Pokemon all day, but it's better than a lot of what we've been seeing, and it's actually very fast.
So then why is it the worst?
20 base speed is extremely fast. The problem is that, well, the bulk is abysmal. I mean, 35 base HP is a joke.
Yikes.
50 defense is extremely bad. 70 special defense only looks good in comparison. It's still not very good. And I think arguably the bigger issue is the move pool. Wugtrio gets a signature move called Triple Dive. Some of you might not have known that. I forget it sometimes. This is a move that hits 3 times. Each hit does 30 damage, and it can miss, which is super stupid in my opinion. Why, like, it's already not a good move. Why is this able to miss? Compare this to Surging Strikes, and you can see that not all Pokemon are created equally. So you have a signature move that isn't especially good, and that's kind of it. Like, Wugtrio gets the move Final Gambit, which is a move that in theory is quite good because you can just, it does flat damage. Like, it doesn't as much damage as you have current HP remaining. But remember that Wugtrio has 35 base HP. Some Pokemon with Final Gambit are usable just because you can send them out and kind of just use them to delete a threat. Staraptor filled this role in the past. Annihilate fills it now. Wugtrio can't do this. Like, you can't hit a Pokemon with Final Gambit from Wugtrio and have them go down. So you're just like going down yourself for no reason. The rest of its moves are pretty lacking as well. Like, looking through the move pool, I'm like, where are the moves that you want to use? Out of all the moves in Wugtrio's kit, I think like Aqua Jet is good. That's a good move. You have Sucker Punch as an option, though it's very weak. It's barely stronger than Aqua Jet and it's conditional. And then like there's like nothing. You get Stomping Tantrum for coverage, but you're not a ground type. You get Helping Hand, which every Pokemon gets, and like Pain Split. And that's it. Like, this thing has no move. So
this poor guy.
I think what makes it really difficult
the triple glitch
was that because the move pool is so limited, there's just nothing for it to do. The stats are bad and the move pool is bad and the signature move is bad. And so you end up with this Pokemon where like, there's just no way to make it work, at least that I can see easily. Of course, if you really wanted to, you can make any Pokemon work as long as you're like skill diffing your opponents or I don't know, like finding the perfect spot for it. But I don't see a perfect spot for what.
Sorry, that's one of my favorite Pokemon names to say. Stack Attack.
Trio. And for that reason, in my opinion, it's the worst water type Pokemon of all time. But hey, listen, this is a hard list to make, and it's really difficult to rank Pokemon with no results. So if you disagree, I would love to know what you think the worst water type Pokemon is of all time. But I just ask that you don't say Corsola because I don't know. I feel making this video has made me feel bad for Corsola. It's so close to being.
Poor thing.
Well, no, that's not true. I would love if it were better. It's so close to almost being a little bit barely. Never mind. Anyway, that's it from me for this one. If you enjoyed this video, this is the second video in a series that I'm doing. And the first one is what's the worst fire type. So if you haven't already, you should check that one out.
Damn. Man. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Yeah, I think out of everything in that list, Corsola probably hurt the most. Not Incineroar. This poor Slugma. Look how sad he is. Oh my god, he's so sad. Why are his thumbnails are actually so sad? Loser Zone, Lugia, Mesprit, Reggie Eyes. Oh my goodness. Let me see the comments. I'm curious. Hear me out. After this series is completed, you host a tournament where players can only choose from the pool of top 10 worst mons from each type. Or maybe top 5 if that's too many. Finally, these Pokemon can get some results. And maybe we'll even see an upset. True. That would be actually really cool. Giving Wugtrio final gambit with base 35 HP is telling someone to mow their lawn with a pair of scissors. What the hell? Oh, that poor thing, that Macargo. I said Slugma, didn't I? I meant Macargo, my bad. My bad. Anyways, I know everyone's been telling me it's bug month. Okay, it's bug month on Wolfie VGC's channel. So we'll be watching Why Won't Pokemon Make a Bug Type Legendary? You know, it never occurred to me that Pokemon hasn't made a bug type legendary. It has literally never occurred to me. So let's hear Mr. Wolfie thoughts on this.
A set of legendary Pokemon. Legendaries shape the lore of a region and the atmosphere of a generation as a whole.
These goofy ass motherfuckers. Isn't it like Shieldbert and like Swordbert or something? I don't know.
They come in every shape
What
and
are their names? I just remember seeing them for the first time whenever I was playing Sword and Shield, and I'm like, these are goofy ass motherfuckers.
Size, often warping the very geography around them to a suitable throne upon which they can sit. Ever since Generation 2, the covers of the games themselves have featured legendary Pokemon, displayed like a prize at Chuck E. Cheese for you to earn. Chuck E. Cheese's? Despite their relative rarity, there are
is Chuck E. Cheese still a thing? Is Chuck E. Cheese still operating?
whopping
Who remembers the Chuck E. Cheese controversy where they were just putting together pizzas?
71 legendary Pokemon sprinkled throughout the Pokemon universe. And among them, every single type is represented. Every single type except for one. Because, for whatever reason, there has never been a bug type legendary Pokemon. You heard that right. In 30 years of Pokemon history, Game Freak...
Is it just bug type that doesn't have a legendary? I feel like there has to be more types that don't have one.
Has never made a legendary bug type Pokemon. That's a pretty bad break for the creatures that inspired the series in the first place. Remember, Satoshi Tajiri modeled Pokemon on his own experience of catching and trading bugs as a kid. But I think I know the reason, or to be honest, reasons why. See, bug types...
Go ahead.
Hello? Hello? What is that? Anyway,
Genesec's not bug, it's not legendary, no, it's mythic. What the fuck is the difference?
I was saying bug type Pokemon. Okay, I'm gonna get
Kill it with fire.
I'm really gonna get it. Yep, that's not a legendary bug type Pokemon. I figured better. I figured better to get this out of the way first. I know about Genesect, okay? You can delete that angry YouTube comment that you were writing. Genesect is the only bug type mythical Pokemon, but you may be surprised to learn that Pokemon is actually really specific with its definitions.
Yeah, because I never understood the difference.
And mythical Pokemon and legendary Pokemon are actually two separate classes.
Okay.
But don't you worry your little head, we're gonna get to Genesect, okay? And we're also gonna talk about all the other almost legendary but not actually legendary bug types that do exist. But first we're gonna talk about what defines the bug type, what defines legendary Pokemon, and why those qualities are like oil and water.
Nanami! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! For those who are new here, hi, my name is Poseidon. I'm the goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses, and I'm a VTuber with the VTuber talent agency, Mythos. Thank you so much for the raid! We are watching some Wolfie VGC videos. I hope you had a wonderful stream! What'd you guys do?
And then to wrap things up, we'll talk about what my hypothetical legendary bug Pokemon would like. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I've already waxed poetic on legendaries for a bit, but they don't really need an introduction. If there's one thing that defines legendaries, it's their power level. Legendaries are the strongest non-Incineroar Pokemon of all time.
Not Incineroar.
Even the weakest legendaries stand leagues above the horde of
Code
common
Vein
Pokemon
too?
below. And when you look at
I
that
hope
horde
you
of
guys had
Pokemon, a
fun.
lot of them are bug types. I'm going to New York, baby. Why?
Oh.
Well, it's a big year. I turn 30, Pokemon's turning 30.
He's not 30? Holy moly. I didn't mean to make it sound like he's old or anything, but I'm just like, I could have sworn he was actually younger. I could have sworn he was like 25 or like 24. Damn. Oh my God. I think I meant to say that he's turning 30. I think that's what I meant to say. Yay, almost 30 club. When was this vid? This video was uploaded yesterday.
Pikachu, you and me, we're getting old, buddy. But what's a birthday without a party? I'll be celebrating with this video's sponsor, eBay, on Saturday, February 28th. There will be Pokemon programming all weekend long, including a
It is Pokemon month.
special show on the 28th where I will personally be making an appearance. Come enjoy the party with us and check out eBay's special live on tour stop, featuring iconic cards, apparel, and collectibles from 1996 to now,
Holy.
starting at
eBay is hosting his birthday party?
OG retail
Wait, that's low-key kind of epic.
prices. I'm personally hoping to get my hands on some of the Hold On Phantom cards to complete my collection, or maybe a
they're
PSA
so
10 Furby in
sick.
celebration of Bug Month. We'll be live all day on Trainer Court's eBay Live channel with a game show, charity auctions, and even the chance to get some classic Pokemon items at MSRP. I'll be part of the auction, and I think I'm
Hell
giving away
yeah.
some signed stuff for charity. So that'll be cool. So if you've been asking yourself where in the world
Charity
is Wolfie,
W.
it's gonna be New York, baby. I've made it big. I'm going to the Big Apple, the Big Bug Apple, the 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 Bug. Thanks again to eBay for sponsoring this video, and make sure you check out the live stream on Saturday, February 28th. If legendaries are defined by their power, bug types are defined by their lack of power. I know that sounds rude, but I don't
lovely.
mean it as an insult. I'm talking actually as much as I can.
You guys should show up to his birthday party. Somebody should pay for a ticket for me to go to New York so I can show up to his birthday party.
around facts. See, bug types have the lowest average base stat total of any type in the game. And it
Oh,
isn't particularly
really? Oh, that's horrible. I did not know that.
close. Here's a list of all the types sorted by their
Sorry, I was drinking water. Dragon being #1 does not surprise me at the slightest. Does not surprise me.
average base stat total. As you might expect, you've got your dragons at the top by a pretty
No, if I were to show up, no one would know it's me.
big margin. And then you have some types that
Undercover,
specialize in one stat,
disguise.
like fighting, steel, and psychic. As we go down the list, things steadily drop. Dragons were in the mid 500s, and even fighting and steel both cracked the 500 mark. The low 400s of normal and poison kind of makes them feel like fodder by comparison. And then there's bug, more than 25 points below the next highest type, the only type that averages a base stat total in the 300s. But the stats are not the main thing holding the bugs back. It's their very nature as bugs. Bug is, in my
Wow.
opinion, pretty solid.
Nemu, Kalmia, thank you for the raid. Oh my God, what are with these raids today? Welcome in, raiders. For those who are new here, hi, my name is Poseidon, the goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses, and I'm a VTuber with a VTuber production agency, Mythos. We are watching some Wolfie VGC today. Welcome in, raiders. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling loved today. Hello? Somebody raids. Welcome.
Holding the worst
how
type
was
in the
your
game.
stream?
In fact, when I made my video ranking every single type, I didn't even have to hesitate before putting bug at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And not
He
even
was like, I already know what's at the bottom.
dual typings can save bug. When I ranked every type combination, that took a lot of work, by the way. Not only was the absolute worst type a bug combination, 13 of the 17 bug type combinations were in the bottom half. And 4 of the 10 worst type combinations all involved bugs.
Wait, the highest one was 68?
Bugs type
Nice.
matchups are
It was a
really
lot of
just
fun
that bad.
grinding in
If we only look at
Warframe.
weaknesses, things don't
That's
look terrible.
awesome.
Bug
I
hits
hope
3
it was
types super effectively
great
and is in
time.
turn weak
Thank
to
you
3
again
types.
for the raid.
That's certainly not awful. In terms of offensive matchups, Bug beats out 7 other types in terms of how many other types it can hit. Defensively, only Grass, Ice, and Rock have more weaknesses, but at the same time, 3 weaknesses is like pretty standard, with 8 other types sharing that same amount. All of this to say, if this was all that mattered, Bug would not look like an especially terrible type, and certainly not the worst type in the game. However, once we look at resistances, things get a bit more dire. Bug only has 3 resistances and absolutely 0 immunities, which makes it a pretty bad defensive type. Most other types with a low amount of resistances have some other benefit, like an immunity or a really low amount of weaknesses to compensate. The only
Fair.
types you could argue have as bad a defensive typing as Bug are fighting, ice, and like maybe grass. But then we get to the offenses. With 7 different types resisting it, Bug is one of the worst attacking types in the game. Only Grass can compare, and that at least hits common types like Water and Ground for super effective. Bug's good matchups aren't nearly as common. So this is part of her answer. For the most part, Game Freak doesn't want their legendary Pokemon to feel bad to use. I know that not every legendary Pokemon is like...
But can't you just fine tune like other aspects of it to make it still decent? Me hugging my ghost types, for real!
Good. While some get to be Urshifu, others have to be Monkey Dory. But I think that while there are some exceptions...
I hate that damn Pokemon in TCG. All my Pokemon TCG fam knows why I don't like that damn monkey. Adrenabrain? Fuck! Damn it!
Game Freak does want their
broken card! Read into others staying for the Pokemon type talk. Hell yeah.
legendary Pokemon to feel exciting and like strong
Gotta
to
share the
use,
pain sometimes.
especially given that you
I run 3 Monkey Dories. Gardevoir players running like 3 to 4 of them.
almost always get them towards the end of your playthrough. Having a legendary Pokemon that's always doing not very effective damage then kind of gets in the way of that goal. When it comes to legendaries, I want to talk about things more concretely than just going off of vibes and trends. And one of the best ways to introduce some hard data is to take a look at the numbers, at the stats. Look, I'm sure you already know what I'm trying to prove here. Statistically, legendaries are strong. But let's get a little more use out of our spreadsheets. Let's pretend there's another type, the legendary type, and check out the average stats there. If we average all legendary Pokemon stats, including their alternate forms, it comes out to 619.6.
That's pretty high. That's
more than
that's like, I wouldn't say it's almost double than Bug, but it's still a lot.
230 points away from the Bug type average. You gotta face facts. Bugs are designed to be bad, and legendaries are designed to be good. That's something you definitely already instinctively knew. I'm not exactly blowing anyone's minds by saying legendaries are good, bug types are bad, right? It does explain a bit of why it might be hard to design a legendary bug. If legendaries are supposed to feel powerful, saddling them with a typing that might make you worse as a Pokemon just by virtue of its presence kind of goes against the primary goal of like being a good Pokemon. But I'm not satisfied by this answer. At least I don't think it's the whole answer. Because while yes, it's true that most bug types are bad and most legendaries are good, this isn't a hard and fast rule that Game Freak has to follow. It's descriptive, not prescriptive. And while it is true that bug is a bad type, it doesn't mean that every bug type is bad by definition. There have been a few bugs that have been competitively viable over the years, and one even won the Pokemon World Championships. I'm not counting Terabug Iron Hands. So I want to go deeper. Taking another look at
Terra does not count.
Our spreadsheet, there's another thing revealed. Bug types are intentionally designed to be weak. And it's not just because they're eminently squishable in real life. If you've ever played a Pokemon game, chances are you've run into a bug catcher who tells you something about how bug types are easy to train. For those of us who have been playing forever, it's easy to overlook this statement. Now, a few months ago, I did a video about why Game Freak makes some Pokemon bad on purpose. And in this case, they've actually made an entire type bad for one all-important reason: to teach the player how to play Pokemon. Think way back to Generation 1, and a Viridian forest teeming with bug types. For a good portion of trainers, bugs might be some of the very first Pokemon that they ever defeat in battle, or catch for themselves to use. It's actually a good thing to have certain types be asymmetrically balanced. It's what keeps dragons rare and makes the rare bugs with good stat lines all the more interesting to use. Bugs and legendaries serve completely opposite gameplay purposes in Pokemon. Bugs are the on-ramps of the game, and legendaries are the glorious reward waiting for you after you complete your journey. Again, this isn't groundbreaking. But there's one other thing that keeps bug and legendaries in opposition. So far, we've been talking about legendaries as the haves and bugs as the have-nots. But there's one core mechanic to Pokemon that is almost completely absent among the legendaries, and which the bugs have in great abundance. It's the true lesson that we learn from training our bugs, and the one thing that you almost never experience with legendary Pokemon. I'm talking about evolution. Chances are, the first evolved Pokemon
because it's like butterflies, right? You go from Caterpie to Metapod and Butterfree, and bugs evolve over time.
Ever saw was a bug, probably inside of a cocoon, or is it the cocoon? I think it's the cocoon itself.
It's a cocoon.
I was willing to bet that whatever unlucky bug catcher trained it gave you some spiel about how easy bugs are to evolve, and then maybe just a bit later, you were able to watch in awe for the first time as one of your Pokemon was made.
Right? But is that like a special exception?
In a warm light, and emerged completely different. Satoshi Tajiri didn't do wrong by his beloved bugs. They are the heralds of Pokemon's most beloved mechanic, the embodiment of change, the face of evolution. Then you look at legendaries. You can count the number of legendary Pokemon families with evolution on one tri-pronged pincer claw. You got Type Null and Silvally, Nebby and its Bagvolutions, and Kung Fu plus its interesting, memorable evolution, Urshifu. 8 Pokemon.
Urshifu's such a cool Pokemon.
In total, out of 105 total legendaries, 71 if we're not counting alternate forms. Meaning just about 10% of all the legendary species are part of an evolutionary line. Now let's sort Pokemon types by the percentage that are single stage, that don't evolve and weren't evolved into. Dragon clocks in at the top with just over 40% single stage Pokemon, followed by Electric, Psychic, and Flying, which makes a lot of sense. Dragon, Psychic, and Flying are some of the most common legendary types. And I'm guessing that Electric is up there because Game Freak is contractually obligated to drop a new Pikachu-shaped rat every 3 years, and most of these don't evolve.
It's Game Freak's favorite type.
Is Pikachu the only one that evolves? No, we have Palmont now. We head down the list and things make sense. You've got most of the more magical types towards the top and the mundane at the bottom. And then, second to last, bug types, with just 12%
Poison's actually the last one.
Out of exactly 100 bug types, there are only 12 that do not evolve. Just glancing at these numbers, you can tell just how core evolution is to the bug type identity. Pokemon like Pinsir and Heracross are notable specifically because they're bug types who don't evolve.
So cool.
By bucking the trend, they stand out. You could kind of say this.
Pretty strong, Mon.
Same for.
I don't know competitively though, but I do remember doing like a run with Heracross, and it was so good.
Chuckle, and then all of the rest have some sort of other reason for being single stagers. Volbeat and Illumise come as a pair. Are they gonna make these two evolve at some point? Probably not. Durant is the same with Heatmore, and the remaining 4 are all special classes of Pokemon, but okay, not legendaries, okay? These are other types of Pokemon. I promise we'll get there, just give me a second. Also, just as a side note, that poison type distribution is even wilder than it seems. Of the 9 single stage poison Pokemon, 7 of them are legendaries, mythicals, ultra beasts, or paradoxes.
Oh, okay.
The only regular single stage poison Pokemon in existence are Jotonian, Quillfish, and Seviper.
That is so strange. What?
Where's the prototype for Durant with the Zangoose
Quillfish
rivalry, and Quillfish actually has an ancient relative complete with evolution. So poison types really do not stand alone. I don't really know why they're so evolution prone. Maybe that's worth another video, but we're talking about bugs here, okay? Back to bugs.
Bug month.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
It's bug month. Bug month. Bug month is a joyous time of year. Bug month. But it's also a very sad time of year. Bug month. Because bug month is over halfway over. It's coming to a close. We're almost done with our month of bugs. Bug month. But don't you worry your pretty little head. You've still got time to get the bug month merch. Ooh, look at that. WolfeyStore.com has all your bug catching needs, okay? Look at this, look at this.
You know, I'm not a huge bug type, but this merch is low-key kind of cute.
By the way, did you know that we're having an actual bug catching contest? Like this is actually a thing going.
Submit your coolest bug type caught between now and February 28. Win an exclusive champion t-shirt. What?
Hang on. If you join the subscriber Discord, which you can do by becoming a member on Patreon, you still have until bug month ends to get the coolest bug that you can find and submit it for judging. I'm gonna look at a lot of bugs, okay? I'm the judge. Also, we have this shirt.
I think he likes bugs,
love this one a lot. This
Wait,
is,
that one's
my
cute.
favorite. But I forgot, we have stickers. Look at these cool stickers. We had Brat Summer, now we have Nat Winter. Hello? People are actually loving the stickers. That's something I wasn't fully anticipating.
Wait, I love that.
Bug month. Anyway, this is a limited time merch drop. You only have until the end of bug month to get your
Wait, I love the hoodie and the shirt. This is actually such a cool shirt. Bug month! I want the- What if I put this on my car? Anyway, this actually is such sick
your
merch.
bug month merch. So if you were thinking about getting something, time is running out. Don't squander the end of bug month. We still have some time left. There's still more time for bug month. Bug month. Bug month. Bug month. What I hope that this shows,
guys, I think it might be bug month. I'm not entirely sure though.
You is that the bug type is defined by evolution, and the exceptions, when they exist, mostly have fun with that definition. Legendaries, on the other hand, follow a hidden rule of staying just the same. And similarly, when they bend that rule, it's typically for a good reason. I mean, Nebby's eventual evolution into Solgaleo or Lunala is set up as the major twist of Sun and Moon. Although, to be honest, if you didn't see that one coming, I've got a nugget bridge to sell you. Type Null's evolution into Solgali is similarly played for story reasons. And Cubfu. I mean, I wish Cubfu never evolved. Could have just stayed a cute little beaver. But I guess that it is the driving story of the Isle of Armor DLC or whatever. So, for a bug type to be a legendary, it would have to break not one.
I think we should raise that timer now.
One, not two, but 4 conflicting rules of the Pokemon universe. Let's review. Rule 1. Bug Pokemon are, on the large, weak. There are obvious exceptions, and they're some of the most beloved Pokemon in the
Oh, that's right, Buzzwole! I remember him. I played a lot of him in the TCG during the Sun and Moon era. Buzzwole, Lycanroc enjoyers, raise your hand. Me, the only one raising my hand.
Franchise. Probably because of how rare they are, but this one isn't controversial. Sometimes even bug types that are trying to be strong end up as pretty bad. Like Frostmoth, actually, they were trying with Frostmoth, but they did give it the worst type combination in the series, and that means that it can't really make use of its incredible ability, signature ability at that. Rule 2. Legendaries have good stats. Again, hard to argue.
I get never scared. Thank you for the 10. I'm not a.
Outside of the unevolved legends, the lowest base stat total on
you guys really want my mother.
A legendary is 550, which is on Ogerpon herself, who I don't think anyone is saying is a weak legendary. I don't think anyone's like, oh,
is Ogerpon really that strong in VGC?
Ogerpon's stronger, but even that.
I know Ogerpon box right now in TCG is pretty decent.
That lowest base stat total is higher than every single bug Pokemon that is in a Mega, and one of those special categories, or one very special bug, Volcarona.
It's busted? Is it that broken?
We're gonna talk about Volcaronia. Rule number 3, bugs usually evolve. I've said enough about this, and it brings us right over to rule number 4. Legendaries usually don't evolve. That's a lot of rules to break, and that's probably why there haven't been any bug type legendaries. I'm not saying that Game Freak has a secret, like, Fairly Odd Parents book of the rules that are totally unbreakable. It's just that when they're making a bug type, they're not thinking of things that legendaries do. And when they're making a legendary, you get the idea. Rules guide us even when we're not thinking about them. Which is why the bug type legendary that we do have breaks the rules. That's right, I lied. There is a bug type legendary Pokemon. You've been waiting for it this whole time, buzzing around in the background of this entire video. It's Bug Memory Silvally.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, people are gonna be mad at me.
Bug Arceus.
People are gonna be mad at me. Surely they're not gonna be mad at me.
I could never be mad at you.
Technically, this is the only bug type legendary. Arceus is a mythical. You can delete that comment you were writing. You've already written it. Go down and delete it. You're embarrassed now. Go delete that comment. Anyway, chances are when you think about bug type legendary Pokemon, most of you are not thinking about Bug Memory Silvally, and the ones that are, we both need to go to the doctor, okay? The bug types that you're probably thinking of are technically, by definition, not legendary Pokemon. But I will say that these bug legendary adjacent Pokemon often feel, well, maybe not legendary, but pretty dang close. Let's talk about how they exist and how they point us to what a real potential bug type legendary would look like. I think it might be more familiar than you think. Okay, Buzzwole and Pheromosa. Lots of you were thinking about
Mataracon! Sorry, every time I see Pheromosa, I just have to say it's Mataracon. Apollo Helios, thank you for the 5. We started a hype train crying.
There's already like 20 comments about Buzzwole and Pheromosa.
Pheromosa stole Matara's look. For real.
Not legendaries, but they are close. They're ultra powerful, ultra rare late game Pokemon. I think that it's no coincidence that Game Freak decided Ultra Beasts were the time to make some bug types with those qualities. Because Ultra Beasts, kind of by definition, are the rule breakers. Forget being a bug type legendary. They come from another dimension. They barely ever get caught in regular Pokeballs. Their stats are bonkers and also weird. Are they all prime numbers, or did I make that up? I think they're all prime numbers. And I mean, the elephant in the room is that they're barely even Pokemon. There's actually a question as to whether or not they're canonically Pokemon. If there's one rule that they do follow, it's that they are weird in design.
They're just aliens.
Or in pretty much every conceivable way. And that actually makes them the prototype of—
Okay, I wouldn't say Pheromosa is weird. I think Pheromosa is hot. I think she's sexy. Damn.
What a bug-type legendary could look like. Look, Ultra Beasts are almost legendaries in all but name, but I do think that the distinction matters. I think that Game Freak intentionally weaponized the disconnect between bug types and legendaries here to add to the overall weirdness of the Ultra Beasts. Keep in mind that after Nehai Joggle, the first Ultra Beast you ever see is a
What? Wait, what did he just say?
of the Ultra Beasts. Keep in mind that after Nehai Joggle,
What? I thought it was not Nihilego? 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 I don't know. How do you pronounce, like, what?
here to add to the overall weirdness of the Ultra Beasts. Keep in mind that after Nehai Joggle, the first Ultra Beast you ever see is a Buzzwole or a Pheromosa. Otherworldly, odd beasts made all the more strange when you see that chartreuse bug-type icon on their summary screen. Especially given that we spend most of the time in a Pokemon playthrough thinking that bug types are weak. As a player, it's a bit of whiplash to get to the end of the game and suddenly be facing Team Annihilation by the buffest bug of all time. Oh, and quickly going back to Nihilego, they've actually proved my point. Because as of Sun and Moon's release, there was only one other type that hadn't been given a legendary yet. And that was Poison.
I don't even know if Pokemon knows how to pronounce that name.
Ultra Beasts intentionally leverage the disparity between legendary status and Pokemon's weakest types to create an uncanny valley. And that's why Pheromosa and Buzzwole are allowed to be bug types. The exception proves the rule. There are now a couple poison type legendaries, but the first of those, Eternatus, was introduced later in Sword and Shield. And initially when I wrote this, I forgot that the Loyal Trio, the Loyal Three were legendaries because they're just, I don't like them, okay? I don't like those guys.
I only like Pheasant Skibbity.
It should be no surprise then that Pheromosa and Buzzwole seem to take inspiration from the rare
Monkey Dory has given me problems in TCG, so no Monkey Dory. And Ogie Dogie, not my favorite.
First archetype of bug types, the powerful single stager. Just like Heracross and Pinsir, Pheromosa and
Mispronouncing
Buzzwole
names intentionally is classic engagement bait. True. Maybe I should start doing that.
have a rivalry side.
I really love Pikachu. I love Pikachu. Pikachu, my favorite Pokemon.
Counterpart thing going on. And just like those two, they stand out because they buck the conventional trends, just with a semi-legendary twist. Oh yeah, one other rule they break, they're actually strong. Like, these are good Pokemon. The next bug type, almost legendary, follows that same model. And once again, it weaponizes its bug typing for narrative purpose. This time, it's not a Pokemon from another dimension, it's a Pokemon from another time. Slitherwing. Volcarona's prehistoric ancestor conjures imagery of a time long past, when forgotten beasts ruled the realm. And one of those beasts could even be a bug type.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure I say Arceus because I'm pretty sure they pronounced it Arceus in the movie. The Arceus movie. So that's why I've always said Arceus. Because they said it like that in the movie. So when they like corrected themselves as Arceus, I'm like, what? Yeah, it's pronounced both ways in the movie. That's crazy. Yeah, I've always said Arceus. Yeah, I know it's Arceus, but yeah, Arceus had its pronunciation changed. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've always said Arceus because that's how it was pronounced in the movie when I watched it.
Look, you get it, right? Once again, the bug type is being utilized for the purposes of contrast. There's a pretty clear story here. Maybe in the past, bolstered by primal energy, bugs were allowed to be strong. These days, that's not the case. And if you follow the thread into the future, where Volcarona becomes Iron Moth, and the bug type has all but
Arceus. Real.
Disappeared.
Thank you for
Seems
the
like Poison's doing okay
stream.
though. Slitherwing may be a bit of a joke competitively, but it's not for lack of trying, and not for lack of stats. Again, this bug type is afforded the chance to be strong thanks to its special distinction, but not as strong as the last almost legendary bug. Our last quotation mark legendary is the closest thing that we have to an actual bug type legendary. The first special Pokemon.
They remembered British people exist, so they had. Oh, is it because ours is like ass? Oh, I did not know that.
They're the bug type, only robbed of the status thanks to an asterisk. You know him, you love him, it's Dennis.
I hate Dennis.
What's that? Sorry, I can't hear you over the Dennis. Wait, you said this guy's name is Janicet? But then why would they be saying Dennis?
I'll be real, I've never met a nice person named Dennis, ever. All the Dennises I know are not good people.
Dennis. Okay, fine, I'll turn it down. Sorry. Dennis, or Genesect if you're being formal, earned that name in the pre-release period for Pokemon Black and White. Back before we knew what any of the
Dennis the Menace.
Pokemon's official names really were, or how they showed up when this magical video appeared on the internet. Blitzel might be the one nicknamed Dennis, but when the internet heard the chanting ringing through the cave when Genesect showed up, that was it. Dennis was born. These days, Dennis more often refers to Getsis, which makes sense since it turns out that's what they're actually chanting in the background of his theme song. But in those olden days, we didn't know that. We just knew about Dennis, the first mythical to ever be a bug type. See, Genesect is the last Pokemon in the Unova Pokedex, a Pokedex that is built around remixing the familiar Pokemon formula. Genesect takes an old story and updates it. The evil team's man-made experiment gone rampant. Total power augmented through science. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Genesect is actually Mew 3.
Pokemon.
That's important because Mew 2 is the original legendary Pokemon. And so I think it was very, very intentional to make its spiritual successor a bug type. Unova is all about giving a twist to the originals. What better twist than
And that's why I will be a Gen 5 Glazer for life.
debuting the first ever bug type legendary. Except, of course, Dennis is a mythical, which is a real shame, honestly. What could have been the first bug legendary gets relegated away thanks to a minor distinction, and more importantly, hidden from most of the population. Thanks to its mythical event distribution, I think most of the player base has never actually experienced Genesect, or its admittedly pretty cool lore, or even its 5 alternate forms. That's right,
Crazy.
I said 5. One for each of the drives, and one for Genesect's super secret form, Flight Mode Genesect, baby.
Is that real? I've never seen that before. What the fuck?
See, this is what you're missing out on because Genesect's a mythical. Genesect is probably the platonic example of one type of bugged legendary.
The Genesect EX card. Okay, I will say I was a Mew VMAX player, so I guess I don't hate Genesect entirely. But still, I liked it when I played the deck. When others played the deck, nah.
The single stage Scyther Heracross Pincer mode. In fact, it's
It is
even pretty
real, it's
strong,
not in the game.
thanks
Oh,
in
it was in
large
the
part to its
movie.
typing.
Okay.
You may remember
think
that
I've
I
seen the
didn't
Genesect movie.
rank most of the bug type combinations as very good, but the one that I did was Bug and Steel. In fact, I put it as the number 8 best type combination in the game, thanks to the type's remarkable synergy. You take 2 of the worst offensive types in the game and you put them together, and you get a defensive behemoth with only 1 weakness. Sure, it is a 4 times weakness to fire, but it is worth it for all the resistances you get in exchange. Genesect may never have been legal in official competitive Pokemon, but its great typing, strong attacking stats, and great ability actually made it a respectable threat in the singles metagame back in Generation 5. It's fallen off a bit since then, but we can still dream of a world where this was the bug legendary, standard bearer for the type. But I still have 1 point of contention, okay? So far we've been talking about Pokemon that break one of the bug type rules, being weak, and follow the legendary rule of not evolving, even if they're not actually legendary Pokemon. But I actually think that an ideal bug type legendary would evolve. Evolving doesn't make bug types weak. Some of the best bug types ever, like Scizor and Araquanid, are
I don't like
evolutions.
Araquanid.
So to me,
That
the
thing
ideal
is
bug type
freaky.
legendary, if Game Freak ever made it, would both be strong and evolve, carrying on the true growth spirit of the type. And you know what? I think that they already made it. In my mind, the ideal bug type legendary has been around for a while, just as long as our friend Dennis. It requires care and evolution to reach its full potential, which when
Fuck you,
enabled,
Dennis.
makes it the single best bug type Pokemon in history, at least competitively. I'm talking, of course, about Volcarona. Now, quick question. Can someone
love
tell me why
Volcarona.
this thing is not a legendary Pokemon? It's rare, it's unique,
It's
it
so
even comes in a
good.
static encounter. It's got the base stats of a legendary. At 550, it is tied with Ogerpon. And yeah, Ogerpon is the lowest stats out of any legendary that's fully evolved, but wouldn't that kind of be perfect for a bug type
Everyone
legendary?
loves Volcarona,
I don't think it's a
and
surprise that
it's such a
Volcarona
cool
inspired
Pokemon.
2 different Paradox Pokemon. It's a standout design that, to me at least, earns legendary status while staying true to the tenets of the bug type. If Game Freak ever does decide to make a bug type legendary, I honestly think they have the perfect model right here. And I really hope that they do someday, but I also hope that they take their time to do it right. If there's anything that these almost buggy legendaries have shown, it's the power of having a weak type. Every type has its associations. Electric types are fast, steel types are bulky, psychic types are special attackers, fighting types are physical, and bugs, well, bugs
just
are weak. But
bugs.
every type has its exceptions, and those exceptions, in many ways, make the rule matter. So when Game Freak finally does make a bug type legendary, and I mean a real one here, no mythical, no ultra beast, no paradox, no asterisks, you can count on it being memorable. Not just because it'll be the first, but because sometimes you need weakness to truly appreciate strength. Thanks for watching this next installment in Bug Month. If you haven't already, you should check out the most recent Bug Month video, which is about how the bug typing became a secret weapon for the top competitive players.
This is why I love Wolfie's videos, because I learn actually so much whenever I watch. I actually had no idea that bug types were the weakest types, just straight around. The more you know, the more you know. Anyways, we are going to be watching the video he recommended because it's Bug Month! Bug Month. How Pokemon's worst type became a secret weapon. Now, we just watched why Pokemon won't make a bug type legendary. Now, let's see how bug types can be broken for Bug Month.
Pokemon player with the worst type in the game is 95% of them are going to give you the same answer. Bug. Not only are bug type Pokemon designed to be weaker than their peers, they have the lowest average stats out of any of the types. And in terms of what the typing itself offers, it's just not much. More than that, bug type Pokemon themselves are rarely given.
I'm a Scorch Glazer forever.
Given the spotlight.
I love that damn Pokemon. Listen, I hate centipedes, okay? Anything that has more than 4 legs, get out of here. All right? But Scorch, the Pokemon, so cool.
Bug type Pokemon of all time is Volcarona, a Pokemon introduced over 15 years ago in Generation 5. Volcarona
again, Gen 5. One of the best gens.
Was also the single best
Gen 5 Glazer forever
performing bug type Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet's Generation 9. While none of the new bug type Pokemon introduced ever reached above 1% usage at best. But what if I told you that Scarlet and Violet have seen not just a resurgence for the bug type, but an entirely new use for the type itself? A new niche that has not just performed well in tournaments, but even won the World Championships. It seems impossible. How could the worst type compete with new threats like Fluttermane, Chien-Pao, and Urshifu? But it's true. But before we can understand how the bug type became a secret weapon for some of the strongest trainers in the world, we first have to understand just what makes bug such a terrible type in the first place. Bug type Pokemon have 3 main issues. First, as I've already mentioned, is the stats. The bug type is designed to be the tutorial type during a playthrough of the main game. And as such, many bug type Pokemon are designed to evolve early to give you a power boost, then to fall off as you progress through the story. As such, their stats are often not designed with competitive play in mind. Now, of all the issues that bug types face, I would say that this is the least concerning. While it is true that bug types tend to be weaker than their peers, it's not a rule that every bug type has to follow. More troubling are the other 2 issues. The second being the moves that bug type Pokemon learn. Now, what moves a Pokemon learns can make or break its success. And if you don't believe me, may I remind you that the Pokemon that learns every move in the game is one of the best competitive Pokemon ever, and its
goddamn Smeargle
stats are worse than Fletchlings. Have you ever wondered what music bugs listen to? Let's figure it out together with the help of this week's sponsor, Raycon. This is my friend Burmy. Now, Burmy's been on the grind recently because he wants to grow up big and strong, and being a measly Mothim just ain't gonna cut it. That's where Raycon comes in. Their awesome bone conduction headphones have been a huge help for both me and Burmy, and have been a total game changer when it comes to working out. Get this, they sit outside of your ears. Can you see this? Hello? They're not inside, they're outside my ears, which means you can focus on your music or your podcast while still being aware of your surroundings. That's pretty important for me when I go on my runs because sometimes things are happening and I'm not paying a lot of attention, and I'm sure it's helpful for Burmy too. The bone conduction headphones send sound through vibrations in your bones, which I think is super cool and unique and allows for an awesome balance of focus and safety. Actually, do bugs have bones? I think they just
I don't like this image.
Have like cartilage. Bug experts, please
I don't want to know.
No matter how intense your training is, your Raycons will be there, with the bone conduction headphones sporting a 13-hour battery life, as well as being water and dust proof. The bone conduction headphones are here to help you go for gold. Go to buyraycon.com/WolfeyVGC to get 15% off. Thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now, it is true that there are some good bug type attacks. Quiver Dance is the best setup move, not exclusive to a legendary Pokemon. Rage Powder is a great support option to protect your more important teammates from harm. And Pollen Puff is a move that can be used both offensively for damage or defensively for healing. But unfortunately, moves don't exist in a vacuum, meaning how good a move actually is depends on the Pokemon using it. And here we see the issue, because all of these powerful moves scale directly with the stats of the Pokemon using them. Quiver Dance boosts 3 of your stats, but after a Quiver Dance, most bug-type Pokemon are still going to have worse stats than Flutter Mane without any boosts. Rage Powder's value is heavily dependent on the bulk of the Pokemon using it. You want to be able to not only redirect attacks, but shrug them off. The 3 best Rage Powder Pokemon are, therefore, all Grass-type Pokemon. And other than Volcarona, the only Bug-type Pokemon that even uses Rage Powder on occasion holds the Focus Sash to supplement its meager bulk. Not to mention, more Grass-type Pokemon learn Rage Powder than Bug-types. And it's a Bug-type move, which is also the case for Pollen Puff, a move learnable by 4 Bug-types and 14 Grass-types. And even if more Bug-types did learn Pollen Puff, this is another move that is better the better your stats are. If you want to use it for offense, then you want the user to be strong. And if you want to use it for defense, you want them to be bulky. Given that the majority of Bug-types are, well, neither, you can see the problem. Despite the 2 issues we've discussed so far seeming to be major problems, somehow the third one is the biggest obstacle that bug types face. And that is, the bug typing itself is not good.
It's literally just ass.
Here's the problem. Bug only hits 3 types for super effective damage: Grass, Psychic, and Dark. Now, only hitting 3 types for super effective damage isn't great, but it's certainly not the end-all be-all. For example, the Water and Fairy types also only hit 3 types for super effective damage, while Ghost only hits 2. And all of these types are considered to be very good, like some of the best in the game actually. But let's look a little deeper here. When I ask you to think of a Dark type, which Pokemon do you think of? Odds are
Hydreigon.
Most of you have been brain rotted by this channel enough to think of Incineroar, who—
Okay, you know what? I wasn't thinking Incineroar because I want to block this Pokemon out of my memory, okay? It's a it's a trauma thing.
Is a Dark type, but not one weak to Bug. Okay, what about Grass? If you thought about Amoonguss, or Venusaur, or Jumpluff, or Sinistcha, or Hisuian Lilligant, or Ogerpon Hearthflame, or Whimsicott, guess what? Not one of these competitive staples are weak to Bug either, despite all of them being Grass type. And the reason for this is because while Bug only hits 3 types for super effective damage, a whopping 7 types resist Bug type moves. Compare this to Water and Fairy, who also only hit 3 types for super effective, but are in turn only resisted by 3 types as well. Or Ghost, who has only 1 resistance and 1 immunity. With just under half of the types resisting Bug type moves, it's no wonder that these little guys aren't known for their offensive prowess. Even the most offensive Bug type of Volcarona in Generation 9 would rarely run a Bug type offensive move, often opting for Giga Drain or Terra Blast for better coverage instead. Ooh, it's me, Mr. Bug Month. Bug Month! Welcome back to Bug Month. Are you liking it? Are you happy?
Yes.
You better be, because Bug Month only comes once a year and you better not
Wait, what if I'm not happy? Is something bad gonna happen to me?
squander the opportunity. This is the second bug-themed video out of 4.
Hell yeah.
That means that there's 2 left. This is because 2 + 2 = 4. Bug Month! We got—
Wait, I had no idea.
cool bug facts going up a couple times a week. That's on all social media, as well as the community posts tab. And we also have a Bug Month merch, including— the green screen is my enemy, but the green screen—
green screen's blurring out his merch. Bagelus, thank you so much for the 14-month membership.
It was also my friend. Hang on, I'm gonna figure this out at some point. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Also, take a look at this Bug Month tote bag. I like tote bags. Also, this is
sold out.
Like, it's nice quality, I'll tell you. Has anyone got this yet? It's actually— the quality is nice.
You know, I would have loved to put my groceries in that, but I don't have it.
You want to look inside the bag? Great, now you looked inside the bag. We got hoodies. I've been wearing it. I gotta be honest, I've been wearing it, and so it's a little bit— it's a little wrinkled because I've been wearing it. How do I make it straight? Like that? Okay. I like this design a lot, but I also really like the additional design. Hang on. I think this one's my favorite. I gotta be honest. Let me know what you all think. I really like all the designs, but I think this one's my favorite. Also, hello, I'm on the screen again. You can only get this Bug Month merch during Bug Month. After that, it's gone forever. This is a limited time merch draw. So if you want something to remember Bug Month by, I recommend—
I kind of want the shirt.
The merch. It is quite comfortable as well. I've already said this. I've been wearing this a lot. Now I'm going to disappear now. Bye-bye, back to the video, back to the video, more bugs. But looking at a type's offensive relationships doesn't give us the whole story. What about defense? Here, things look a little better. Bug is only weak to 3 types, and it also has 3 resistances. A much more balanced distribution than on the offensive side. But there is a problem when we dig a little deeper, because 2 of the 3 types that Bug resists are also resisted by the grass type. And also, 2 of the 3 weaknesses that Bug has are also shared by grass. What this translates to is that, in many ways, the grass type is just the upgrade of the bug type. Now, grass as a type does have 2 more weaknesses than bug, but in exchange for these 2 extra weaknesses, it offers a whole lot. First, the stats of grass type Pokemon are way better than what most bug types can offer. Second,
literally just a better bug type.
Moves that grass type Pokemon can use are not only better than what most bug types can do, they often include the good bug type attacks. Amoonguss and Jumpluff both get Rage Powder and Pollen Puff, whereas the only bug type Pokemon that gets both these moves is Vivillon. And third, grass as a type offers a bit more than bug, not only in the form of better moves and better stats, but also with a whole type-wide benefit. Grass type Pokemon are immune to powder moves, which includes moves like Rage Powder, Sleep Powder, and Spore. Given how commonplace these moves tend to be, and given how good the best grass types are, most teams want at least 1 grass type on the squad. And if you've already got the upgrade, why bother with the old model? And that's the reason why, of the 18 types present in the game, a bug-type Pokemon has only won the World Championships 1 time, with a Scavalier back in 2011. But wait, this video is supposed to be about how the bug-type became a secret weapon in Scarlet and Violet. And didn't I say earlier that it won the World Championships? Yeah, I did. Because while a bug-type Pokemon didn't win the World Championships in Scarlet and Violet, a bug-type Pokemon did. Okay, kid, let me tell you about a little thing called Terastallization. Terastallization is the new mechanic introduced in Scarlet and Violet. And if you're not familiar with the details, here's what you need to know. It's a once per battle mechanic that lets 1 Pokemon on each team change their type into any other type in the game by putting on a funny hat. Whatever type you turn into gets a damage boost, and that boost is larger if your Pokemon was already that type. Seems easy enough to understand, right? But there's one more component to Terastallization that ends up making all the difference in our story today. When a Pokemon terastallizes, it replaces all of its defensive properties with those of its new type. So for example, Terragrass Volcarona now takes neutral damage to rock, but is still weak to flying, as it's now a pure grass type defensively. However, this isn't the case offensively. Volcarona will get a new boost to its grass type moves upon terastallizing, but it won't lose its original boost to fire and bug type moves that it got for being a fire and bug type Pokemon. Okay, but why does this matter for our buggy boys? Remember when we were talking about what makes the bug type bad? We talked about how bad it was offensively, and how defensively it was actually kind of okay? Well, Terastallization is a mechanic that lets you keep your original offenses, but replaces your defenses entirely. See where this is going? Okay, but there is a Copperaja inside of the Trick Room here, which is... Didn't I say that grass is just an upgrade compared to bug? Didn't I ask why we would ever use the old model when there's something newer and shinier with bonus features? Well, just like when you're thinking about trading in your old iPhone for a new one, there's something else to consider here too, and that's the cost. In general, grass type Pokemon are better than bug type Pokemon. This is not a hot take, but remember why that was. Because grass type Pokemon have better stats, yes, but when you terastallize, your stats don't change. Okay, because grass type Pokemon have better move pools, also yes. But when you terastallize, your moves don't change either. So then the third reason is because grass type Pokemon do what bug types do, but better. They have most of the same resistances and they resist more types as well. But while the 2 types are similar, they aren't identical. And as it turns out, when you don't need to worry about your stats or your move pool, the bug typing distilled to its purest form is exactly what some Pokemon need. This will be easier to understand with some examples. So let's take a look at a team that I actually lost to at European Internationals in 2024. This team features not 1, but 2 Terra Bug Pokemon. Let's look at Gastrodon specifically. Now, Gastrodon is a Pokemon that is here for one clear reason. Its ability Storm Drain not only makes it immune to all water-type moves, but it also redirects them away from its partner. In the format at the 2024 European International Championships, there was one water type that stood clearly above the rest. Urshifu Rapid Strike. With Gastrodon on your team, you had an excellent answer to the very powerful move Surging Strikes.
All roads lead back to Urshifu.
But Gastrodon is a water and ground type. meaning that it has an enormous weakness to grass-type moves. Many players then want to use a Terra type that resists grass, which is especially important given the prevalence of Rillaboom and its powerful wood hammers. Now, the most obvious Terra type for Gastrodon is Fire, to resist grass and to take advantage of the fact that you're immune to water moves, canceling out one of the weaknesses of fire types. But Terra Fire Gastrodon has a problem, Urshifu. Because while Gastrodon ignores its water moves, Urshifu is also a fighting type that can do huge damage with close combat. But at the same time, if you don't respect Rillaboom, your slug won't be able to stick around for very long. And as you're probably realizing right now, if you want a type that resists both fighting and grass, there is only one option, and that's Bug. At the same tournament, another Pokemon made use of Terra Bug that made it all the way to the top 16. Heatran. Heatran is a Pokemon with only 3 weaknesses.
Oh my god, I did not
fighting,
know that.
ground, and water. Typically, Heatran would run Terra Grass. It resists the ground and water type moves that you're weak to, and you don't mind the fire weakness because of Heatran's Flash Fire ability. However, this specific Heatran used Terra Bug, and I suspect the reason why is because this team is loaded up with Pokemon that beat Urshifu Rapid Strike. Booster Energy Iron Bundle and Choice Scarf Galarian Zapdos outspeed and KO even Choice Scarf Urshifu before it can move, and Landorus and Ogerpon outspeed
this damn bear.
and KO the other variants.
SUBATHon over
With so
yet?
much hate for the best
No, we
water
have
type
48
in the format,
minutes.
the resistance to fighting was likely more valuable than the resistance to water would have
Oh my
been.
God.
So one use for Terra Bug for competitive players was the unique resistances that it provides, using the fighting resistance that grass lacks to cover specific sections of the metagame that other types can't handle. But there's actually another reason to use Terra Bug, and it has to do with what it doesn't give you. It's time to talk about the Terra Bug Pokemon that won the World Championships.
All right,
a new
let's hear
Pokemon
it.
Introduced in Scarlet and Violet, Iron Hands. Now, going
I
into the
hate this damn Pokemon in the TCG. Fuck that guy.
2024 World Championships, there was a clear established best Terra type on Iron Hands, and that was Terra Grass. Not only does it turn your ground weakness into a resistance, but it also gives you an immunity to the pesky powder moves of Amoonguss, who resists both your fighting and electric type attacks. You would
Thank
expect
you
this to
very
be the
much.
Terra type chosen
Lincoln's gonna take an extra prize card just because I can.
by Luca Ceribelli, the 2024 Pokemon
Joltik Box Maridon players, you're on my hit list. I say as I've played that deck for a while.
World Champion, especially because rather than using a coverage move like Heavy Slam or Ice Punch, which can do good damage to Amoonguss, he chose to run 2 different fighting type moves in Low Kick and Drain Punch in addition to Wild Charge and Fake Out, meaning there was nothing this Iron Hands could do against Amoonguss. But if you expected Terra Grass, you would be wrong, because Luca decided to go with Terra Bug. Why? Well, part of the answer is because of the resistances that Bug provides, offering not only a ground resistance, but also a fighting resistance as well. And that was important for Luca's matchup against Zamazenta teams. However, this alone doesn't justify the Terra type when you consider how difficult Amoonguss is for this Iron Hands. But it's not like Luca was using a Bug type move, so what extra benefit could he be getting? It's a trick question. The answer isn't in some extra benefit, but in a cost that he doesn't have to pay. Bug-type Pokemon share many weaknesses with Grass-type Pokemon, but they don't share all of them. And one crucial difference between the two types is Ice. While Grass-type Pokemon are weak against Ice, Bug-type
Bugs
Pokemon
are
are
not.
neutral to them. For Luca, this meant that he could Terastallize Iron Hands against the combination of both Calyrex Ice Rider, the strongest ice-type Pokemon ever made, and Ursaluna, one of the
Disgusting.
strongest ground types. Terra Bug
Freddy
gives him a
Fazbear.
resistance to the ground-type moves from the pair without ending up weak to any of their attacks, and allowing him to launch a devastating low kick
awesome.
or drain punch in return. There is no other type in the game that can do this, because the other 2 types that resist ground, which are grass and flying, are both weak to ice. I have one more example for you, and for me it's a bit of a personal one. In 2025, I won the European International Championships, which
Shout
at
out
the
to
time
that
of recording
guy.
this is the single largest official live Pokemon tournament thus far, by number of entrants. As a reward for winning this tournament, the Pokemon Company distributed to the games of people around the world one of the Pokemon on my winning team, as a mystery gift that anyone could download and use. The Pokemon the company decided to distribute was my Incineroar, which is very
Of course they did. Of course they did.
funny, but do you remember its Terra type? That's right, it was
Bye,
Bug.
JT.
My most famous Pokemon, the Pokemon I use that is currently owned by the most people, has a Terra type of Bug. On this team, I needed to Terastallize Incineroar against one main type, fighting. And that's because I needed to Terastallize Incineroar against one main Pokemon, Zamazenta. So at first I considered Terra Ghost. Because Ghost type Pokemon are fully immune to fighting moves, this seemed like
all roads lead back to Incineroar.
the best option. However, I ran into a problem. Zamazenta was often paired with Chen Pao, a dark type Pokemon. Smart opponents could use both Body Press and a dark type move like Throat Chop on the same turn, both into Incineroar, and threatened to hit it super effectively regardless of whether or not I Terastallized. I then considered Terra Flying, but the problem remained. Now the Chen Pao could go for Icicle Crash to cover the Terra regardless. Flying was extra appealing because my team's Groudon matchup was, well, not very good given that I didn't have a single ground resist. Things were looking kind of bad until I considered Terra Bug Incineroar, tying it all together. I could use it against Zamazenta even next to Chen Pao, and I could also use it as a panic button against Groudon too, because of the resistances that Bug gave me and the weaknesses that it didn't. When Scarlet and Violet first began, I made a video ranking every single Terra type in the game, and there I put Bug third from the bottom.
What the?
At 16.
What would he put it now? Would he keep it there?
Out of 18. I am both surprised and pleased to say that I was wrong. And while it's certainly not a Terra type considered top tier by the field, it has proven to be an effective secret weapon when used on the right Pokemon. I know that these Terra Bug Pokemon winning isn't the same as an actual Bug type winning, but I can't help but feel happy.
We take those wins regardless, no?
For the worst type in the game regardless. And who knows? Maybe Game Freak will look at the success that Terra Bug had in Generation 9 and use it as inspiration to make an actual good bug type again in Generation 10. Or maybe they'll just use it as inspiration to make a bug type regional variant of Incineroar. Only
can we not do that?
Time will tell. Thank you for watching the latest installment of Bug Month. You can check out the last installment in Bug Month, which is what is the worst bug type Pokemon.
Oh, you know what's so funny, chat? You want to know what's so funny? That is the next video! Anyways. Yeah, no, the Terra type makes a lot of sense. But it is a little sad and unfair that there isn't an actual bug type, like a real bug type that has won a championships. Oh boy, bug type is the best type. Yes, at least here, Bug Month, we can delulu ourselves into thinking that bug type is the best type. We can try to delulu ourselves. We could do that. Hello, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Smiles. Anyways, the final video we are watching today. What is the worst bug type Pokemon? Oh boy. I'm sure there's a lot. But considering it is the worst type, there has to be just a long list of just bad bug type Pokemon. But let's hear it from Mr. Wolfie VGC himself. What is the worst bug type Pokemon?
Now, you probably think that the reason why this question is interesting is because bug is pretty widely agreed upon as the single worst type in the game. However, that's actually not what makes this question interesting. Because yes, while it is true that bug is the worst type, in more recent generations, Game Freak appears to have been actually trying when they made their bug types.
Yeah, I love the little dung beetle, the little poop beetle.
And I would say that they've actually done a very good job. So good, in fact, that there is only one bug type Pokemon on this top 10 list that is from Generation 5 or later. 9 of the Pokemon here are from Generation 4 and before. Now, as always with the series, I want to preface by saying that I'm only talking about how good or bad these Pokemon are from a competitive lens. I'm not talking about design, I'm not talking about how, iconic they are. I'm only talking about how good they are competitively. And for the vast majority of these Pokemon, they have actually 0 competitive results. So for this list, I'm going to be ranking these Pokemon based on how easy or hard it would be to use them in the official competitive format. We're going to start from the least bad bug type and work our way up to the most bad. So coming in at number 10 is Beedrill.
I hate that damn thing. I'm so glad he's on this list.
Beedrill is not a very good Pokemon. Bug and Poison are both not especially good offensive types. In fact, they're both pretty mediocre offensive types, especially Bug. But defensively, it's actually not a bad combination. However, the issue with Beedrill is, well, there's a lot of issues, but I would say the biggest one is the stats. Beedrill is one of the first Pokemon you encounter during a playthrough of Generation 1, and as such, The stats are not made to be, you know, an especially good Pokemon in a competitive format. It's pretty much just a Pokemon here that evolves early to get you through the early game and kind of introduce you to the concept of evolution early on. So I don't think it's wrong that Beedrill has pretty terrible stats, but yeah, they're really bad. I was gonna say the biggest issue is the fact that it's not very strong, but like honestly, all of the issues are big. It is supremely frail. Like the defense stat is almost unspeakably
Burn it with fire.
awful. Base 40 is like, that is not,
Oh
that
yeah,
is not
you used that my
usable.
Beedrill on my
And it's
CA
also
team. I'm
actually
so sorry. Sinista, hello, my favorite sea god. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. How are you?
slow despite being a bee that flies around and also not very strong. Now to compensate
that
for
guy.
this, its move pool also
Beedrill.
doesn't like really give it any good tools. Actually, that's not entirely fair. Beedrill does have a couple good coverage moves. So the biggest question here is, why is Beedrill not higher up on the list? Why is it only number 10, right? And the reason is very simple, which is that Mega Beedrill exists. And on the one hand, it's true that Mega Beedrill is not
That is way too many stingers for my comfort.
a good
Just to even, I've never been stung by a bee, by the way, so I just have a really bad fear of bees. You know, I don't want to deal with bees. Nope.
Mega Evolution. Even though it gets a ton of speed and attack, it's still so frail that it ends up being more of a liability than anything else. And that's a big part of the reason why Mega Beedrill has 0 documented results, though I'm sure that somebody used it at some point. It was never recorded at least. But if you compare Mega Beedrill's stats to any other Pokemon on this list, it's a lot better. And so even though Beedrill is undoubtedly one of the worst bug type Pokemon, it's not the worst. Today's video is sponsored by Holzkern.
What is
Regular
Holzkern?
viewers of this channel are
Chubba
likely
Chew!
familiar with
Is that Robert Downey Jr.? What is this image? Is this real? Is this AI? What is this? What?
Holzkern by now. They're a watch and jewelry brand for men and women, and I've been working with them for years. They're one of my favorite sponsors on this channel. In fact, I have worn a Holzkern
That's real? What is the possible context of that image?
watch most days of my life for years now. They're my go-to watch for everyday use. This is the one I'm wearing right now. I've been wearing this one for a while. I quite like this one. It's not really my normal
That's a
style,
nice
but
watch.
I don't know. This one has really grown on me. Anyway, apart from just wearing them myself, I've also given countless Holzkern products as gifts to friends and family over the years, and they're always a hit. In fact, I actually have some of their jewelry here that I've gotten as gifts for one of my editors and one of my producers.
Aw.
This is a nice heart-shaped necklace.
So
My
bonita.
camera's all buggy, so it gets blurry when I zoom in, but wow, look at that. And then I also have this one. This is a cool, stylish necklace. Very nice. It's like a pendant. I think that's the word for this, pendant. They come in this like kind of like fancy packaging when you order. Like you have the nice wooden thing. I use these as salt cellars after I have taken my product out. But they come in these like, well, they're green, but you can't really tell because
The green screen.
green screen. I could fix that, but I'm not gonna. With Valentine's Day coming up, consider getting your loved ones a gift that they can wear every day. One thing that sets Holzkern apart is that all of their products are made using natural materials. If you don't know what that means,
Complain. Hey, we take those.
that's like wood and stone and gemstones, which means that every single thing that they make is truly unique. In fact, all products are created in small batches, which does sometimes mean that popular products will sell out quickly because, yeah, they're not like mass producing these things. Each Holzkern product comes with a 2-year guarantee, and thanks to their free, express, worldwide shipping, anything you order should arrive in 3 to 5 business days. Orders placed by February 14th will also receive a free red gift satchel for Valentine's Day. If you're interested in Holzkern, you can click the link in the description and use code Wolfie for 15% off your order. Thanks again to Holzkern for sponsoring this video. Coming in at number 9 is our only representative from Generation 5 and after. And I do want to say that there are some bug type Pokemon that are not great by any means. Like there are a lot of bug type Pokemon that don't have a ton of results, like Leavanny, Rabsca, or Orbeetle, even like Pokemon like Galvantula. These Pokemon aren't
Damn spiders. Orbeetle's pretty cool though.
very
I like Orbeetle.
good, I would say, but they are usable in a way that the rest of the Pokemon on this list kind of aren't, if we're being direct. So as our only representative from Generation 5 and after, the 9th worst bug type Pokemon is Spidops. Spidops to me is really interesting because it comes in Scarlet and Violet, where it felt like every single Pokemon in the Scarlet and Violet Pokedex, or every single Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet, had a chance to be used in some niche. Not all of them were good, but actually a lot of them saw some usage. Like a lot of them saw at least a half decent result somewhere along the way. Even Pokemon you wouldn't think of, like Bombirdier, right? Which is not a very good Pokemon. Spidops is one of the only exceptions, and it's actually pretty widely agreed upon as the worst Pokemon in Generation 9, and also the 9th worst bug type, a little bit thematic
Really?
there. Unlike many of the bug types that we're talking about today, Spidops actually has an ability that does something. It gets the ability Stakeout, which is a funny ability because they only seem to give it to really, really bad Pokemon.
This Pokemon deals twice the normal damage. What the
But basically the way that it works is that if a Pokemon switches in front of a Pokemon that has the ability Stakeout, that Pokemon's next attack will do double damage. So this is a really good ability because switching is quite common in competitive Pokemon. The issue is that Spidops has such terrible stats that even doubling its damage is not really that impressive, and more importantly, it doesn't pressure anything to switch out because it doesn't do anything. Spidops' biggest issue is by far the stats.
Has a mustache. Green is a spider.
I would say that its bulk is okay. Like the HP is quite low.
The
but
more this guy speaks, the more I'm understanding my 7% win rate. Oh no!
defenses are fine, I would say. Not incredible, but like I think this is also peppered by the fact that I'm comparing this to the other bug types in this list. It doesn't have the worst stats of the Pokemon that we're talking about today. They're still not very good. The big issue is the offensive stats. Like typically a Pokemon can only get away with having really bad offensive stats if it has a great supporting move pool. Spidops is slow. It doesn't really have the ability to do any damage, and it doesn't have a good supporting move pool. Some bug type Pokemon learn moves like Rage Powder and Spore and Sleep Powder. Spidops doesn't get any of that. Interestingly enough, it does get a bunch of like fighting type moves, and it kind of looks like it could be a bug and fighting type Pokemon, but it's just a pure bug type. Overall, its move pool actually isn't the worst. If it had like a lot more attack points, it could be used maybe in some circumstances. Like it gets Sucker Punch, the dark type move. It gets Knock Off, also a dark type move. It gets a couple interesting fighting moves like Circle Throw and Brick Break, but for the most part, all of its good moves are like physical attacking moves, and it just doesn't have the offense to make use of them. That being said, it still has more going for it than a lot of the bug types introduced in earlier generations, and so while it's not a good Pokemon, it's certainly a bad Pokemon, but it could be worse. Jarvis, tell the good people what it is. Bug month! That's right, it's bug month, okay? But you already knew that, didn't you? Because everybody knows about bug month. Bug-themed videos.
Please don't shoot me. This is actually the first time I'm hearing of bug month was today. I'm sorry.
Every Saturday for the duration of the month. For the duration of bug month. Okay, but I have a bug month update for you, okay?
February. It's just bug month.
The merch, the bug month merch.
Today is bug month 22nd, 2026.
Look at this. Okay, hang on. Wait, I can fix this. Hang on. Okay, behold, I fixed it. Look at this design. Look at this. Which sleeve is it? This one?
That's so
it's a little bug here, but that's not my favorite thing about this merch. Look at this. Hang on. Do you see this?
The back is really cool.
Do I have to squat? I don't really want to squat.
You should squat.
Hang on, one sec, hang on.
Why not squat?
Okay, behold.
When are we having Psy month? Psy month is July.
Behold, look at that, look at that. Tell me you're not gonna buy 100, okay? And second meteor, just like Madara, ready? Behold, Wolfie VGC's Bug Canyon Company. You want 10, you want 20. You want me to be on the screen again, okay? And there's even more, okay, ready? Look at this. It's a tote bag for your groceries, for your books. Look at how chic you're gonna be. This is a unique piece of merch, okay, because it says, I'm a gamer, but I also leave my house.
No.
And maybe this doesn't apply to you, but don't you wish it would? Anyway, back to the video now, but more bug month for the rest of the month. Keep checking in for more cool bug facts. I don't know what just happened. This isn't part of the ad anymore. I just got a splitting headache. I think
Bug month gave him a headache.
Been overexposed to bug month. I think it's like staring too closely at the sun. Ow, that really hurt. Anyway, the number 8 bug type Pokemon on this list is a Pokemon I actually quite like a lot. For some reason, I actually don't know why. It's Dustox. Okay, let's talk about the good things about Dustox first. Too. Bug and poison, like I said.
I think it's cute because it's not in real life. So I'll give Dustox. It's cute.
It is not a terrible defensive.
If that was real though, I think I would be very, very horrifying.
Combination. You get a quadruple resistance to fighting. You're a poison type that's not weak to ground. You get a fairy resistance. Like, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. You also resist a bunch of other types like bug, grass. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Poison. Also, unlike a lot of Pokemon on this list, Dustox actually has 2 pretty good abilities. Shield Dust is an ability that basically gives the holder the covert cloak item, so you can't be flinched by Fake Out, you can't be flinched by Rock Slide. Icy Wind won't drop your speed. Pretty useful across the board, and the ability Compound Eyes is actually quite good, giving you an accuracy boost on all of your moves. The issue with Compound Eyes is that Dustox actually doesn't have a lot of the higher impact, lower accuracy moves to make use of this. It gets Poison Powder, but it doesn't get Sleep Powder, so that's like the big one. And although it does learn some flying type moves, like it actually gets Tailwind for some reason. I guess it makes sense. It has wings, right?
It has wings. It's a moth.
Hurricane, which
Dustox is a moth, right? I'm not crazy.
The other big Compound Eyes boosting move that you would think about running at least. That being said, Shield Dust Dust is still a great ability to have, so it's still like, it has a good ability. I would say that Dustox has a lot of similar issues though to Beedrill, which is that it's an early game bug type Pokemon that like evolves early on and is intended to kind of give players an evolved Pokemon that can help with the early gyms, not to actually be useful in a competitive setting. So basically what I'm trying to say is that the big issue here is the stats. Its defense is pretty low for what it is, its HP is very low for what it is, and special defense is usable, but with a lower HP stat, it's a little bit awkward. And it is slow, which is a problem, but the bigger issue here is the offense is. 50 attack and 50 special attack is like, I mean, it's unusable. These are terrible offensive stats. For context, this is 15 less special attack and like 13 less attack than Elekid, the baby Pokemon. And this is a fully evolved Pokemon we're talking about here. Basically, when a Pokemon has terrible offenses, it needs to have some good supporting moves, but despite being a Pokemon that I think should get it, Dustox does not learn Rage Powder. It's a poison and bug type Pokemon, which like seems to be giving off scales and like has poison powder. So this one I actually don't really understand.
Yeah,
Maybe
why does it not have fucking, it's a powder move. Literally makes no sense.
Japanese version of the name where like sometimes the moves that would make sense in English don't make sense in Japanese. The issue is basically there's nothing good for Dustox to do. I shouldn't say nothing. The reason why Dustox isn't higher up on the list is because it gets two moves that like are actually very, very good moves, even though Dustox is not a great user of them. The first I've already mentioned, it gets Tailwind, really useful for supporting your team. You could make a case that like Tailwind on a poison type in certain metas with the ability to not be flinched by, you know, Fake Out because of the Shield Dust ability. Maybe this has some value. Like it's not good. There's almost always going to be better users, but like I could see somebody who's like the #1 Dustox fan finding a way of using Dustox in this specific.
You should do that, Wolfie. Make Dustox competitively viable.
Specific kind of niche. The other reason why Dustox isn't lower on the list is because it actually gets access to one of the best setup moves in Quiver Dance. Now Dustox is not a good Quiver Dance user because again the stats are so bad, like the speed and the special attack are not good enough that it's worth, you know, using it as a setup Pokemon. But if you really wanted to use Dustox, there is something for it to do. That being said, it's not a very good Pokemon, but I think I know the reason I like it, which is because I think it's actually quite useful during Nuzlocke of Pokemon Emerald. I think. I'm pretty sure that's why I have some kind of attachment to the Pokemon. But if you want to use it in like an official competitive format, it's going to be tough. Now, unfortunately, I'm not done ragging on moth type Pokemon. I'm not done ragging on the moths yet, because as we get to number 7 on our list, it's time to talk about Mothim. Mothim looks pretty similar to Dustox in my opinion. Like they're like at least in terms of a general outline. Okay, I'm not saying whatever. Who cares?
I mean,
let's talk about the
moths.
good things about Mothim first. I would say the typing is probably worse than Dustox. Bug and Flying gives you a quadruple weakness to Rock, which is not good. You don't want to have a lot of quadruple weaknesses. However, it does get a very good ability in Tinted Lens. Tinted Lens is a really good ability because basically what it says is if a Pokemon uses a not very effective move, double the power. So basically not very effective moves become neutral unless they're resisted by both your opponent's types, but for the most part, this is a huge power boost. This is especially good in a bug type Pokemon because bug is resisted by a ton of common types like fire and poison and steel and ghost. So having the ability to just like, hit them for big damage even if they resist you is actually really good. And actually compared to a lot of the other Pokemon on this list, Mothim actually has better stats. It doesn't have good stats by any means. It's still pretty slow and pretty frail. Very, very frail actually. 50 in both defenses is bad, but it has usable special attack and attack stats, and so it's like actually not that bad. Just like Dustox, it also gets access to those two same good moves in Quiver Dance and Tailwind, and the combination of Quiver Dance and Tinted Lens means that you could actually do some half decent damage if you gave it like a Life Orb and you set up a couple Quiver Dances. You might be able to eventually KO something. However, Mothim doesn't have good coverage moves, which is one of the big issues with it. It gets Quiver Dance, it gets Air Slash, it gets Bug Buzz, and like other than that, its move pool is pretty limited. It gets Energy Ball, Giga Drain, and that's like kind of it. So move pool is pretty lacking, although with Tinted Lens, this isn't as big of a deal. And I will say the other thing that you could do with it is you could use like a supporting set with not only Tailwind, but also Skill Swap, because Tinted Lens is a good ability, but Mothim isn't a very good user of it. So you could like set up Tailwind, then Skill Swap your Tinted Lens to a better Pokemon like Kyogre, for example. That being said, if you wanted to use the strategy, you would really just want to use Venomoth, who's kind of the same Pokemon, but better. But that's not what we're talking about right now, okay? Anyway, the issue is that Mothim stats are pretty bad for what it wants to do. Like with Dustox, you're actually like, you have better bulk. It's still not good, but you have slightly better bulk. So if you want to use Tailwind, like at least you have a higher chance of surviving. And with Dustox, you have a bug and poison typing, which is better than the bug and flying typings because you have more resistances and fewer like debilitating weaknesses. Mothim being so frail means that it's actually quite difficult for it to actually pull off this role. Like, of course, if your opponent gives you a bunch of free turns, you can do it, but like otherwise it's probably dying pretty quickly. So in the end, I decided that it was worse than Dustox because it's just what it can do, I think, is scarier, but having it actually pull it off.
Michael, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. I'm never free.
Is harder, and because of that I thought that Mothim deserved a lower placement on my list. Higher placement? I don't know. Anyway, that being said, we're still in the territory where there's something for the Pokemon to do, which with bug types I was a little bit worried about. So even though it is a bad bug type, it's not the worst. All right, unfortunately, as we get to number 6 on the list, I'm not done ragging on the Wormhole line. Number 6 on my list is Beautifly. So I would say that Beautifly,
I think I have a slight attachment to Beautifly because May had one, but
is somewhat of a combination between Dustox and Mothim. It has the typing of Mothim, which as we have just established is not very good. And similar to both Mothim and Dustox, it also gets Tailwind and Quiver Dance. And actually I should specify that neither Dustox or Beautifly are in Scarlet and Violet, and while they did both get Tailwind in the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon games and many games before that, as of Sword and Shield they actually both lost Tailwind. So because we don't know exactly how things would be if they were in the current generation, I'm treating them as if they still have Tailwind, but that might actually not be accurate. So it's possible that these Pokemon should be even lower on the list, although frankly the Pokemon still left to go are so bad that I think it doesn't really change all that much. Anyway, Beautifly is a better Quiver Dance user than Dustox. The reason for this is that while they are both pretty slow, Beautifly actually has a good special attacking stat. However, similar to Mothim, it has just abysmal defenses. Really low across the board. I don't have that much more to say about Beautifly because honestly, it's
just ass.
Very similar to
the same issues.
Mothim and Dustox we've already talked about, but the reason why it's lower than Dustox is because the typing is much worse and the bulk is much worse, and so having it actually stick around to do anything is a lot harder. I think I'm also docking it more points because there are actually many good bug and flying type Pokemon like Vivillon and Butterfree who can do a lot of similar things and have the same typing and don't have like a lot of the weaknesses that Beautifly has, or at least have more strengths, whereas there aren't as many good bug and poison types as well. So there's like more replacement for bug and flying types. And the reason why Beautifly is ranked lower than Mothim is because it doesn't get the tinted lens ability. In fact, both of its abilities are pretty worthless. It gets Swarm, which is like giving it a power boost when it's at low HP, but if it's at low HP, it's probably dead.
It's gonna get fucking one shot.
And then Rivalry, which is in theory like a good ability because it gives you a 25% damage boost if you have.
If you give us the last goal now, I'm positive we will let you leave. I cannot! I cannot give you guys that last call.
Same gender as your opponent, but it will give
I will say if we do hit 3K and we do 3K subs and we do have extra time, I will try to make more sub goals.
25% damage nerf if you have the opposite gender. And like there's no way to guarantee which gender your opponent's Pokemon have, so this is literally just gambling unless you're using it for a specific threat, which is always one gender, like how Tornadus and Thundurus and Landorus are always male, and then Kangaskhan Mega is always, I guess all Kangaskhan's are always female. But like what is Beautifly doing against Landorus Therian? You know what I mean?
Fair,
also, somehow it
fair.
seems that Beautifly has even worse coverage moves than like Mothim, which is crazy. So yeah, I actually really like Beautifly's design. I like the whole Wormhole line. I think it's a really cool Pokemon for a lot of reasons. But like this thing is not meant to be used in battle. You know, this is a Pokemon you have in your party and you box after you beat the second gym. You know what I mean? This is not a Pokemon that I think many people should be using in actual tournaments. I somehow am still not done talking about bug and flying type Pokemon because the number 5 Pokemon on our list is Vespiquen. Vespiquen. It's spelled Vespiquen, but it feels like it should be.
I always say I've said Vespiquen, I think, a few times.
Vespiquen. I don't know. People are going to be yelling at me already. Okay, let's talk about some good things about Vespiquen because there are some good things about it.
Give us Mother Ray. No!
The biggest thing is the bulk. The bulk is actually pretty good. No, the bulk is actually regular good. I'm probably partially biased because I've been looking at Beautifly.
Why is it worse?
Mothim stats recently, but like these are good defensive stats. They're probably not that good if I was comparing it to, you know, like Incineroar or Rillaboom, but like honestly, I will take it. These are good defensive stats. And actually compared to some of the other bug types, the offenses aren't the worst either. They're still very bad, okay? But they're very bad. They're not unusable, and there is a difference there. Unfortunately, it is also very slow. However, those are the good things. Wait, I have one more good thing. I like the shiny form. I think the shiny's
pretty
cool.
sick.
Okay, bad things. First of all, Pressure is its starting ability, pretty worthless. And then it gets the Unnerve ability, and the Unnerve ability is good if you're a Pokemon that's like doing something offensively. But Vespiquen, the biggest issue with it is that it doesn't do anything. In fact, I would say the most threatening thing that Vespiquen can do is use Destiny Bond and try and get a KO that way. But of course, there's no reason for the opponent to attack Vespiquen because it doesn't do anything. So the abilities aren't very good. The stats are good defensively, but not very good offensive or speed-wise. And then there's the moves. So I have a lot of things to say about the moves. First of all, Vespiquen has two signature moves called Attack Order and Defend Order. Attack Order is actually a pretty good move because it's a pretty like strong bug type move that has a high chance to crit. And Defend Order is kind of like Stockpile, so this is like a pretty decent move as well.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is that it used to have a signature third move called Heal Order, which would heal it, which they removed, but they gave it Roost, which does
Wait, why?
effectively the same thing. I just don't get this. Like, why remove one of the signature moves and then give it a move that does effectively the same thing? I don't know. I really don't.
Question mark, question mark, question
I
mark.
don't understand this. The bigger issue, however, is the fact that Vespiquen doesn't get very many good like moves that help the team. For example, despite being a flying type, it doesn't get Tailwind. Like Dustox gets Tailwind and it's not even a flying type, but Vespiquen, the flying type, no.
Makes no sense.
Wind, and it's especially weird because Vespiquen actually learns a fair number of, I would say, decent moves in a vacuum that don't match one of its types. Like it gets Psychic Noise, it gets a bunch of poison moves like Toxic and Sludge Bomb, it gets the fighting move Reversal, it gets the rock move Power Gem, it gets Fury Swipes. Like, I don't know, I guess it does have
What the fuck?
hands, but like they're small. I don't know. Anyway, I think the move pool, like while there are some interesting moves, like it gets the fairy move Aromatic Mist, which gives the partner a special defense boost. Why? The issue is that although it has a bunch of kind of like interesting moves, it doesn't have like a good move set to run. Like you can run Toxic, you can run Destiny Bond, you can run Struggle Bug, but like these are all kind of like mid-tier moves that are good if you're supplementing a Pokemon that already has other good moves. But Vespiquen doesn't. I think it's a shame because like I do think this Pokemon has potential. In fact, out of everything that we've talked about thus far, I think Vespiquen is the most potential. Even if they just gave it Rage Powder,
Why is it lower?
it would shoot up its viability a ton. Like giving it Rage Powder and Tailwind and having it have actually good bulk, especially when you can Terastallize it, like this Pokemon could see some use. But the issue is because its move pool is so limited and because like it just doesn't have really anything going for it, it just doesn't have anything to do. And I think the big lesson that I've learned doing this series is that it's actually better for a Pokemon to be bad, but to have something it can do that's good, than for a Pokemon to be kind of okay, but have nothing like strong to do when it's on the field. Like Pokemon need to contribute in some way if they're coming to a battle, and Vespiquen just really struggles to do that. Okay, we're getting into really bad territory now, and our next Pokemon is a Pokemon that I think everybody expected to see on this list somewhere. It's Ariados. I'm gonna start by saying some good things
I hate spiders. I hate spiders.
about Ariados. I love the shiny. I especially love the way that the shiny looks in Scarlet and Violet. I don't know if it like is just the way that the model looks or whatever, but I think it looks really nice. Also, Bug and Poison, as I've talked about already twice on this list, it's not the worst typing. And I think I'm out of good things to say about Ariados. I'm sorry. Okay, the abilities. The abilities, there's an ability that has some use. Ariados gets the ability Swarm, doesn't really do anything at Ariados, same thing as Vespiquen. It gets Sniper, which powers up
Spider theme playthrough when you would have to put a gun behind my head. No, honestly, I think I'd do it for you, Chad.
Hitting moves, which is, you know, good if you're a strong Pokemon. Ariados is not super useful.
Like spiders.
It does get Insomnia
Anything with more than 4 legs can get the fuck out of here.
which prevents the Pokemon from falling asleep.
Which is why I will never step foot in Australia.
And that's actually useful because we'll get to it in a second, actually. So it has one usable ability, which is not terrible. Okay.
Okay.
The stats are pretty bad.
Yeah, those are, what is that stats for?
They're not the worst stats on the list, but the bulk is mediocre, not awful, but mediocre. And the attack is bad. The attack is really bad.
1 million
Somehow not
subscriber reward. Oh my God. Maybe that will happen in like 30 years. 3,500 sub goal. Wait, what would be like a good game to do that in? Maybe we could rebrand it to like bug type only. Run. I don't know how many spiders are in a game.
worse than the list. There is one thing worth noting, which is that Ariados' moves are actually, I would say, okay. They're actually okay. Fun fact, this is not really relevant to the video, but I want to talk about it. Did you know that Ariados gets a signature move that it's the only Pokemon that learns called Toxic Thread? This move will poison one of your opponent's Pokemon and drop their speed stat. It's not very good, but I think it is cool that like it has a signature move in general, and it is like an interesting move that like on the right Pokemon could be good. The right Pokemon's not Ariados though, so like probably nobody knows about this move. Anyway, Ariados actually gets some moves that are worth talking about. The first is Sucker Punch, which lets it kind of overcome its low speed stat to like have a priority move. It's not that strong because Ariados is not a dark type, and so it's like not the best move, and it has low attack stat, but it's okay. It also gets Sticky Web, which is almost never seen in like the official competitive format, but like it is an interesting move that will cause all your opponent's Pokemon to lower their speed by 1 whenever they switch in. This normally isn't worth going through the trouble of setting up, but it is something. The real move that I think is worth talking about though, and the only thing saving Ariados from being kind of higher up on this list, is that it gets the move Rage Powder. Rage Powder forces your opponent's Pokemon to target the user instead of whatever they were aiming at. It actually has good synergy with Insomnia because you can redirect Spore, except you can't redirect Spore because Amoonguss is the main Spore Pokemon and grass types are immune to Rage Powder. So it's not actually that good. You can redirect Clefairy, Sing. Congratulations. Now I would say that in a vacuum, Rage Powder is actually a bit more useful, especially on a Pokemon with bad defenses.
Amazing.
I'm really trying to find a way to make these Pokemon do something. I really am, I promise.
These poor bugs, which is why we celebrate Bugmon.
Ariados in general, right? The single best thing you
Sword
can do
and
with it is
Shield
use
and Ultra Sun and Moon would give you the most spiders. Oh.
Rage Powder, and the problem is that like there are better Rage Powder users, but there are also better Follow Me Pokemon. In fact, both Electabuzz and Magmar get Follow Me, which is the better version of Rage Powder, and they also have the ability that prevents you from falling asleep. So like, it's just, there's nothing
Just
for
like, why
Ariados
not
to
play
do.
those?
I'm really trying. Like, okay, it has something it can do. It can still click Rage Powder. It can click Sucker Punch. It gets knockoff.
Lizard.
It gets like
Lizard.
lunged and does it get pounced?
Lunge,
Oh man, it
lunge,
doesn't get pounced.
lunge.
Oh man. I'm talking about Ariados enough, okay? It has something it can do. It's not very good. Moving on to the honorable mention. Okay,
Oh,
let's talk
here
about
we
some of the bug
go.
types that people thought were going to be on this list. Venomoth actually is a pretty decent Pokemon. It has the combination of Tinted Lens and Quiver Dance, plus it can do Tinted Lens plus Skill Swap plus Tailwind, kind of a better version of Mothim. Yanmega, you already know that Yanmega is not going to be on this list. That Pokemon is goated.
So
Fortress
good.
is bad enough that I thought about putting it on this list, but the stats are decent.
I'll be honest, I fucking forgot that Fortress was a bug type.
And it has enough that it could do that, like, given the quality of the other bug types, like Beedrill was 10th, and I thought Fortress is surely better than Beedrill. Masquerain is not a very good bug type Pokemon, but it does get Intimidate and Tailwind, and that was enough to keep it off the list. Illumise and Volbait actually see some play every once in a while because they are Prankster Tailwind users. Typically, they're worse than Whimsicott, but they have some kind of side grades that you could justify using them for. Leaveney is not a very good bug type. I
Whimsicott
kind of alluded to it
jump scare
earlier, but like, it has
incoming.
like actually a lot better stats than pretty much anything else on this list, and so yeah, I didn't think I could include it. Kind of similar with Galvantula. It's not a good bug type, but like Electric is a good secondary typing. It's pretty fast. Not going on the list. Vigavolt I kind of thought about putting on, but number one, it wasn't
I
like bad
love
enough.
that
Like Vigavolt is definitely a good
thing.
enough Pokemon that it doesn't deserve to be on this list, but also Charjabug has seen a little bit of use over the years, and since it's like part of the line, I thought, yeah, like I can't put Vigavolt on the list. Frostmoth saw a little bit of play during early Sword and Shield as a Quiver Dance user, and also it's just not that bad. And then Pokemon like Rabsca and Orbeetle actually have pretty decent stats overall, and so even though they're not great Pokemon, they are certainly more usable than like Beedrill and Mothim and Dustox. Anyway, let's talk about the
Amazing.
top three. The third worst bug type Pokemon of all time is unfortunately Wormadam. Now, some of you might be surprised because I had Wormadam as the
I love Wormadam.
single worst
All of them.
grass type Pokemon. And so, like, of course, seeing it at number 3 here, that's a pretty big
that
gap.
makes me
However,
so
here's the thing.
sad.
Wormadam has 3 different forms, and only one of them is grass, but all 3 of them are bug. The grass one is really bad, but the ground one and the steel one are also really bad. But having 3 of them means it's slightly easier to justify using one of them at some point. Let me start by saying some good things about Wormadam. The ability Overcoat is actually quite good. It means that you are immune to powder moves like Spore and Rage Powder, so the ground and the steel one can still ignore Amoonguss, for example. Also, the bulk is not bad. It has a, well, it's not good. It's fine. The bulk is fine. I don't have a lot of good things to say about it, but I've been looking at some real stinkers and it's okay. I mean, it is worth noting that it changes based on the form, but they're all mediocre, all right? Here's the big problem though. All 3 of the Wormadam have a different attack and special attack stat, but the highest one out of any of them is 79. One of them has a 79 attack stat and one of them has a 79 special attack. That is not good. Like that's
That is
really
yikes.
not good. And to make matters worse, it also has a very low speed stat. So the Wormadams all do get Quiver Dance, but like it really can't make good use of it. I don't know, maybe the steel one you could justify using, but even then it's not very good. The Wormadam is similar to many other Pokemon, just struggle because like there's nothing for them to do. You can Quiver Dance and that's kind of it. You have such low offenses that attacking with these Pokemon is not normally going to be worth it. And you also lack many of the good supporting moves that bug Pokemon sometimes get, like Rage Powder or even Tailwind. Other than the grass one, the ground and bug typing, and especially the bug and steel typing, is not that big of an issue. Like bug and steel is actually really good typing because although both your Pokemon are weak to fire, you have no other weaknesses. Bug and ground is okay as well. But really the core issue is that these Pokemon don't get any moves that like can really help them to contribute to the battle in a meaningful way. Really the best offensive move that they get is Infestation, which deals damage over time. However, it's not worth using these Pokemon just to click a move that does damage over time and will go away if you switch out or if you faint. Like the pace is just too slow. Genuinely, your best odds of making a Wormadam work are to use the ground one because it learns Fissure and just click Fissure every turn. Other than that, it's like really not worth your time. And although I like Wormadam and I like Burmy, I think
love
from a design
Wormadam.
perspective, it's an awesome Pokemon. It's just not meant for battle. This is a Pokemon that's meant to be somebody's houseplant, okay? It's not meant to be going up against Primal Groudon. Okay, we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel now. Like these are Pokemon that are just so difficult to use. And so the second worst
right.
bug type Pokemon of all
Let's hear
time
it.
is Kricketune. It's iconic, I know.
I think this was predicted. No one is surprised.
No, people love Kricketune. I like Kricketune. The cry is
Kricketune
just
super
awesome,
cool.
right? I think the cry alone makes it like a Pokemon that people feel fondly about. Using it is bad. Using it is really
I like Kricketune. Mustache.
rough. It's a pure bug type, which honestly isn't the worst. Probably better to be a pure bug than a bug and flying type. And that's kind of the only good thing I can say about Kricketune, okay?
Rip.
Abilities, somewhat worthless. Like, it has Swarm. We've already talked about Swarm is not good. Technician is okay. It powers up weak moves to make them, like, fine, like average moves. Doesn't do enough to justify using Kricketune. The stats are probably the biggest issue. No, the stats are the second biggest issue. They're bad. Like, the attack stat is better than some of the other bugs on the list, but the bulk is bad, it's slow, and it doesn't hit very hard. As a pure bug type, Pokemon really needs some help if it wants to do, like, things offensively. And between the low attack stat and the very limited supporting move pool, like, its best coverage moves are, like, Brick Break and Throat Chop, which are not very good. And pretty much everything else doesn't do very much damage at all. And it also gets no good supporting moves. No Rage Powder, no Tailwind, no Fake Out, no Follow Me. There's nothing for this Pokemon to do. However, the reason why it's number 2 and not number 1 is that there is one move that Kricketune learns that could justify it being used if you are a very specific person and you have a very limited metagame. And that's what I'm going to say about that, because Kricketune is one of the only Pokemon in the game to learn Perish Song. Perish Song is a very limited move in distribution, and the fact that Kricketune learns it means that while it's not a very good Pokemon, there is one very hyper-specific niche. Like, imagine a rule set where Kricketune is the only Perish Song user. It's not likely, and it still would probably mean that Perish Song just, like, shouldn't be used. Perish Trap just is a strategy that shouldn't be used. However, when I was going between number 2 and number 1, this was the difference maker. Kricketune learns Perish Song. I will say that, like, I would not be surprised if Kricketune got, like, a Mega Evolution or a regular evolution or, like, a regional, probably not a regional form. But, like, this is a Pokemon that's quite popular, and, like, they could give an evolution to without having to worry about the pre-evolution becoming too strong with Eviolite. So I don't know. I hope that it gets some love at some point. I kind of have a feeling it will. It's, like, so popular. Surely it'll
never
get
know.
Some love
Regional
at some point,
form
right?
per
But for now,
class.
it's going at the second worst bug type Pokemon of all time.
Who is the worst?
Which is, I think, not a very hot take. The single worst bug type Pokemon of all time is Ledian. Listen,
What?
Ledian has a lot of problems.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Okay, but there is one that makes the rest of them kind of just completely obsolete, which is the stats. Well, the special defense stat is actually pretty good for this list.
Oh,
and
that's
the
really
speed stat is
high.
not bad at all. Ledian's attack stat is 35, and his special attack is barely better at 55. I'm gonna sound like a broken record at this point, but like a big part of what makes a Pokemon bad is if it comes to a battle and can't contribute anything to that battle. And with offensive stats this low, there is truly nothing for Ledian to do. Like many of the other bug types that have shown up at the bottom of this list, it just doesn't get good supporting moves. It can use Tailwind, but frankly, Tailwind is not a move that has like all that poor distribution. Lots of Pokemon learn it. And after setting up Tailwind, what are you gonna do with Ledian? Are you gonna use Mach
That's so
Punch?
sad.
Are you gonna use Double Edge? Like seriously, what are you gonna do with this thing? Ledian really feels like the subject of a mean practical joke, at least to me, which is a shame because I really like the design. I think it's a really cool looking Pokemon. But the reason why it feels like this is just a joke Pokemon that Game Freak is making fun of is because of the abilities. Like many bug types, it gets Swarm. It also gets Early Bird, which is like just a worse version of Insomnia, which is kind of mean, but whatever.
Rip.
But the real thing is that they gave it a hidden ability, which in theory is a chance to kind of give it another shot at life, right? Hidden abilities weren't added until Generation 5. And so in theory, they could have given Ledian a really good ability, like Wonder Guard. No, just kidding. But they could have given it something, I don't know, like actually useful, right? That would give it something to do. And instead of that, they gave it the move Iron Fist, which powers up all punching moves by 20%. Now,
But its attack stats already ass.
single punching move is a physical attack, literally every single one. So Ledian is forced to get this 20% power boost on its abysmal, unthinkably low physical attack stat. And also, there is
They did Ledian so dirty then.
a single bug or flying type punching move. So it isn't even able to get this boost on moves that it shares a
That's
typing
horrible.
with. Ledian is so bad that at some point they have to do something for it. Like at some point they have to give it an evolution or a mega evolution or something, right? They have to rework its stats.
I don't know if there's enough Ledian enjoyers for them to like justify doing that.
Something has to change with this Pokemon because it is just so incredibly unthinkably bad.
Horrible.
But until that happens, it is undoubtedly the single worst bug type Pokemon of all time. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, you should check out the one I made on the worst grass type Pokemon.
Hell yeah.
Grass type Pokemon are a bit better across the board, so that list was a bit harder to make. I think it's a pretty interesting video. You should go check it out.
Maybe in Gen X it'll get an Evo. I don't know. Ledian might be cooked, chat. Ledian might actually be cooked. Oh my gosh. Let's see if we can finish the last 20 minutes of Subathon. But before that, I do need to go to the bathroom. So, I will be right back. In the meantime, I'll actually stop the timer until I'm back, okay? I think that's the most fair thing for me to do. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom and then we'll probably yap for the rest of the stream. For the rest of Subathon, my dyad. All right, I'll be right back. Where's my BRB text? be back. Michael, thank you for the 5, and Anonymous, thank you for the 10. What the heck? I went to do the bathroom. What? Why do you guys hate me? Time extended, I guess, man. I have an hour left. I was hoping to end stream before 5 p.m. today, but it's like it's 4:36. Thank you for the tier 3 brutes. You gotta realize you mentioned the timer goes up. You gotta sleep at like 4 a.m. when all the stream at 4 a.m. when all the big spenders are asleep. I don't know, man. I feel like no matter what happens, man. We don't hate you. We just like this. Plus, we want Mother Rhea. Everybody wants my mother. What is your favorite retro console? Ah, Nintendo DS. Is that retro enough? Nintendo DS Lite. It could be. I don't know. It's 7:36. My time zone. I'm on the Pacific. I'm Pacific time zone, so it's 4:37. Suction cup. What do you mean suction cups? Hello? The DS is still new, right? The DS was like 2 decades ago. I was not watching a stream for 5 seconds to work on my Oshi stuff and it went up again. I need to make one. Trey messaged me today. I guess they got approval, so I have to just make one. The My Oshi. Isn't it like MySpace, but for like VTubers? I think that's what it is, no? Oh, yeah, no, the Nintendo DS was like 2 decades ago. Does this mean I'm Unk status now? I think it is. I think you are now certified Unk. You are now certified Unk. Is PSP considered a restaurant? I think it is. 2004 to 2006. Oh my God, I'm fucking old. I'm fucking old. This is so sad. I'm old. Retro for me makes me think of N64 and PS1. Jesus. Yeah, I think, okay, so my first console was the Nintendo DS Lite, and then I had a PS2, and then I got a PS3 right after, and then I got a Wii. But I don't know, maybe I actually like the Wii, but I used my Nintendo DS more than my Wii, so I guess maybe my favorite retro console is the Nintendo DS. What were the dinosaurs like? They were awesome. They were so cool. I wish they could bring them back. You know which dinosaur I miss? I miss Hasher. I think he's still on break. You should. I just got my invite coin and I'm liking it right now. It seems like it, but I didn't use MySpace a lot. Yeah, I was more of a Facebook girly than like a MySpace girly, if that makes sense. First console I played was an Atari at my grandparents'. Holy moly, how old is that? Stuck here forever. We're actually 350 subs away from the future YouTube video with my mother, which is not a lot. Well, it is a lot, but it's not that far. Like, it's crazy how are you guys still gifting subs? How are you guys still doing this? How is this still happening? Help! Send help! Yeah, I actually thought it would be just a week long. Hello? I guess we could talk about what I'm gonna do this week. I thought I was gonna stream tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna be just streaming on Tuesday this week, and then I will be back on Monday. But I wanted to talk to you guys about, I don't know if you guys like having the later streams. I don't know if maybe weekends for later streams might be like a thing we do. Cause I wasn't expecting, there were like other people I don't normally see in my chat that I saw yesterday when I streamed at like 8. So it was kind of nice. Cause my typical stream time's like 12, which I know is kind of a weird time slot to stream in because people are usually at work or at school at that time. Yeah, I like late streams because I can be there longer. So I don't know if maybe we can mix it up, but I like having consistency. So, isn't PSP the noise you make at CAS? Psst, psst. Weekends only. Yeah, probably it would probably be limited to weekends only. Because I have things I do on the weekends, but it's usually during the daytime. So if I were to stream on the weekends, it would be preferably at night. Psst, 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 psst. Oh my god, I bought Marshmallow, this new cat tree, and it's so cute. I went to Home Goods yesterday, and they had like this cute little like small cat tree that are shaped like hearts, and she loves it. I'm so happy. I want to get her like an actual big cat tree, but I don't know where I'd want to put it. But yeah, I love that damn cat. Have you blown through the 50 pounds of flour yet? I probably got through maybe 5 pounds of it. I've been making bread. I haven't been taking pictures of it because I've been usually to like once when I bake it, I'm like ready to like give it away. Michael! Bob, what the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted, Michael, and Bob, thank you for the 10. Guys, what the heck? Oh, Pongo, thanks for the sub. Atrocious! Guys, look. It's Mr. Official One Piece Card Game Caster. Hey, man, what's up? Stop! We're back to 2 hours on the timer. Trying to reach the goal, I bet. Thank you, Midnight Castle, for the 5. Atrocious, how you doing? Oh my god, Atrocious, I wanted to go to Bandai Card Fest so bad because I technically got in, but I wasn't able to go. I'm so sad. How you doing? How was casting Bandai Card Fest? Now I can no longer gift more. You're on timeout. You're on timeout. You keep making keep taunting us. We'll beat your challenge. Qualify again next time. Hope you're well, friend. I'm doing great. Oh, I've been playing a lot of One Piece. That's all I've been doing outside of my duties as a VTuber. I cannot tell you. I was talking to my chat earlier about rest in peace my wallet after buying the rest of my EBO3 staples. You know, it's not easy being a yellow player occasionally. Thanks for the sub while I gifted some subs. Oh, we went from 20 minutes to 2 hours already. What is this? EBO3, don't know her. Facts. I'm so sad. I wanted to play in my locals Heroines Cup this weekend, but I'm unfortunately not going to be in town. Thank you for the 20, Anonymous. What is happening? You cannot escape us. I want to leave. Let me out. Why are we back to 3 hours? No, please don't tell me, chat. We're going to be hitting the last goal today. I don't know what to tell my mom when she gets back from the Philippines. Mom, hey, Mom, I need you to film this YouTube video with me. I don't even know how we would do it. I think I would have to make her come over to my place and record a video or something for the YouTubes. React to size sus content. It would just, if she did, it would just be her like hitting me and telling me not to say that. Sigh, no. More goals. I might actually have to make more sub goals. I might actually have to sit down and do it. Sounds like peak content. Peak content for me or for you? Chat is obsessed with you. You must appease chat. They won't let me go otherwise. You know what she'd probably say? She's like, who's chat? She might just go, who's chat? I love my mother. Though, I miss her. She's been gone. Yeah, she might cuss me out in Tagalog. Who knows? I don't know. My mom, I think, speaks more English than Tagalog now. I'm just spreading some love on my birthday. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. It's better she doesn't see us live. See, I can't put her on stream because I can almost 100% guarantee you she's going to dox me. I can actually almost give you like a 100%. Even if I tell her not to say my real name, she's going to find a way to say it. So if we do a YouTube video, at least my editor can censor it, you know? Yeah, best not to take the risk, which is why I can't bring her on stream, but I can do a YouTube video because at least we can edit out any information. You're a goddess, technically speaking. True. I'm gonna smart and safest move. Exactly. It is literally the smartest move I can make. Is to make sure she doesn't say something she's not supposed to say. I know if I bring my dad, he'd call me everything but my name because he says 3 different names before saying my real name. Yeah, unfortunately, my parents they say my real name a lot. So maybe someday over time, Mother Rhea can join on the screen with enough experience. One day, maybe. That's the goal. You know, I think someone I can bring on my stream is one of my siblings. Not Zeus or Hades, but I do have a younger sister. I could maybe bring her on stream. She's actually super cool. She's pretty shy though, so I don't know if I don't know if she'd want that. Yeah, Poseidon. She's great. I love my younger sister. She's also super Pokemon brain pilled. She loves Pokemon, she loves Hatsune Miku, and she loves magical girls, which is kind of like me. Me and her grew up with a lot of similar interests. Maffriron, thank you so much for the 3 months. She's the artist in my family. She actually has like a degree in art. She works in art. It's pretty cool. Yeah, she's pretty sick. She does a lot of like character design and everything like that. So I love my sister. She's great. So maybe one day I'll bring her on stream if she actually would like to. I'm not gonna force her to. I do have art for a living too. Yeah, she took all the artistic talent. I can't draw for shit, but she absolutely can. Next sub goal, just bring the whole family in. I would love to actually bring my dad onto like a YouTube video or something, but my dad literally lives in like another country. He lives in Canada, and the best thing I could probably do is get on like a call with him, but even then I don't know if that would make a good video. My dad's also kind of boomer, so having him operate like a Discord or something would be really difficult. But yeah, meet the whole Psy family one day. Sounds like peak content. His game would be crazy. It would. My dad is an interesting guy. That's all I can say. He might be one of the most Filipino guys you might ever meet. I love my dad though, he's great. I love both of my parents. They're both really supportive. But they're also very boomers. So like whenever I try to tell them about like what I've been doing with like streaming and stuff, they don't get it. They're just like, good for you, anak. Rank all the Filipino food. My dad would put everything in S. My dad would unironically just put everything in S. The land of the Geneva Convention forgetters. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my dad actually, next time I like see him in person to celebrate, because my dad just recently became a Canadian citizen, so I'm really happy. My dad's awesome. I hope one day you guys can, you can meet my dad. It's true that. Yeah, my dad just recently became a Canadian citizen after being a resident for like, oh god, like 7-8 years now. Yeah, so I'm really happy he finally got his citizenship. So yeah, he was a permanent resident for a while, but he didn't get his citizenship until recently. We'll show up with us in a fish. You know, it's so funny. I don't know. There's like the Psy family, right? And then there's my dad's family. So my stepmom and my step siblings. So there's a little bit of a big family now. There's a little bit of a big family. Before anybody asks, yes, my parents are separated, but I would like to think they're on okay terms. You know, it's funny. They're both in the Philippines right now, and they did not purposefully like scheduled to be together at the same time. So my parents are just like, yeah, it's a little awkward seeing your dad or your mom or whatever. I'm like, okay. Are we family too? The shipwrecks are my babies. So yes, you guys are family. Yes, you guys are familia. Familia. I'm so hungry. I didn't eat today, chat. I was gonna start wrapping up pretty soon, but I do love yapping with you guys. You guys are, I love yapping with you. But we all still hang out regularly. And see, that's the best, right? When they can co-parent. You like pina coladas. I do like pina coladas. I do like alcohol. Alcohol is very yummy. I don't drink a lot though. Can we get a little fish model for chat? That would be cool. Like a TTS model. I do have... Oh, oop. Actually, let's not do that. I do have this. I don't have it hooked up to TTS though, so I will have to... Where's my... I don't have it hooked to TTS, but I do have this... Oops. There we go. This little guy. It's the mascot. It's my Ikamaru. My baby. My little pink squid guy. He's a cool little dude. Isn't he cool? Don't you like him, chat? Don't you like him? He has different socks. And he has a little ship. A sophisticated gentleman. He has glasses. How could you hate Ikamaru? He's a cool guy. You wouldn't hate a little guy like this, right? You wouldn't hate a guy like this. He is the smartest in the room. He is very smart. He is the smartest guy ever. What will he look like when he grows up? He'll grow up into a kraken and take over the ocean. Humble squid model. I wonder if there's a way to make him TTS, but he doesn't have a mouth, so I don't know. I have no idea. Smarter than everybody. He's smarter than me, I'll tell you that. Cracking these nuts. Got him. Well, chat, what if I told you I still have an exam I need to do today? I have an exam due at 12 tonight, and I still haven't done it. I still have not done it. Exam can wait. You're right. You're right. School can wait. I still have an exam I need to do tonight, and then I have like another assignment I need to do, but it's a quick one. Of course you do. You know, the school just doesn't end. School just does not end. Like I have to catch up on do a week's worth of schoolwork like between tomorrow and Wednesday, because I can't do it while I'm gone. So, you know, that low-key kind of sucks. School doesn't end just like subathon. Real. By the time I graduate college is the time that the timer is gonna be done. Genuine question. How long do you guys intend for me to stay on this subathon? How long? Do I really have to make more goals? Do I really have to make more? That's crazy. Forever. I don't know. Okay, I guess we can brainstorm goals, right? Let me... Just yes. Awesome. All right, let's brainstorm some subathon goals. If we were to hit, because honestly, at this point, I'm really scared you guys are gonna hit it. Future sub goals. So what? Going through September, no. I think we should do a challenge run of sorts, right? Bug run only? I'm in JTV collab. Listen, I shot my shot. He didn't say anything, but it's okay. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Subathon continues. You're stuck with us. Maybe a model? I have no idea. To be fair, I would have to... Ooh, play Pokemon too many times. That's a good one. Play Pokemon too many types. Ah, man. Original. Oh, yeah, I've always wanted to do original song. Michael, thank you for the 5. Guys, please. I think I should put a background on this because it's a little hard to see. Pigioos been put up. I almost flunked out of my physics class in college and that. No, you're good. I appreciate it. I think I will be fine. I usually am. One of my, I would like to think, biggest strengths is I'm actually pretty good at getting stuff done and efficiently. Playing, chat decide your Pokemon team. Oh, how would we do that? That's a good. Psy plushie. Future sub goal. I'm gonna put ideas because I would have to get this approved by management. Psy body pillow. I do have a body pillow and I am looking to re-release it. I am looking to re-release it sometime this year. Kaizo Ironmon. That's a good one. I do have a body pillow. I did have a very limited run of them. It was like a 2-week run. I wonder, I think I can show some of it on Twitch because there was a spicy version of the pillow, but I don't know if I would want to sell the spicy version. Yeah, so this was, oh my geez, hold up. This was the very limited run. So this was one side. This was one side of the pillow. Oh, oops. Yeah, it had a very, very limited run. It was like 2 weeks and there's only a few of them. I don't think I actually, because this was sold at an earlier time of my VTuber career, so there wasn't too many people who ended up buying it. And I know there were some people that really wanted me to re-release it, so I am planning to re-release this body pillow sometime this year. I'll show you the other side. Yeah, I can't probably show this for too long, but that's the other side. I think it's still safe for work. It's not showing anything crazy. And before I get banned on Twitch. Pokemon speedrunning as a queen. Pokemon speedrun. Pokemon speedrun. Yeah, now I can probably look into re-releasing that body pillow. Yeah, these would have to be big sub goals. I don't know how many spaces I'd put against these sub goals. Maybe I'll put them like 500 from each other. Bug run, only Nuzlocke, play Pokemon too many times, original song. Chat decides Pokemon team, side plushie, Kaizo Ironmon run. That would probably be a higher run. Probably give like 2 more, right? Yeah. I am a little bit nervous that we will be hitting this this like last sub goal, so I'm like, we might need to make more. We might actually need to make more. Playing Bug Snacks? Wait, what's Bug Snacks? Bug Snacks? Bug Snacks, video game. What is this? Catch mysterious living snacks. 2020 adventure video game developed by the independent Chicago-based developer Young Horses. Oh. Why are you building BY Boa? Because it's great and I love Boa Hancock. I have her built. I'm just waiting my Namis. Side plays Yu-Gi-Oh for 12 hours straight. We did that! We did that one time and it was like, it was fun, but it was scary, okay? It was a scary 12 hours. Yu-Gi-Oh for 12 hours. Worst Lidl's already 30 USD. Yeah. When's your next session with Nova for Solok? I have no idea. We've both have been very busy. Make it 24. Borsalino is like expensive in Japan, which means it's probably going to be expensive when it gets here. Which sucks. Which sucks so bad. Yeah, we'll be probably getting... we're getting the rest of EBO4 in English, I believe, with OP15. Which... yeah. 24 hours? Oh my god. I don't know about Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know, man. See, the last time I did Yu-Gi-Oh! There was something this was something that I think Nova had told me. And it was kind of overlooked because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, I'm not really a Yu-Gi-Oh! Girly, but it would have to require, if we were to do like viewer battles on Yu-Gi-Oh!, you would have to submit a deck list, and my mods would have to look over it because we had some people play decks that were just not fun. It was like, how do I say it? It was like OTK decks, and Nova's like, yeah, we need to. You probably should have had your mods look over the decks before they got on stream. And it's like, oh, I had no idea that was even a thing. I had no idea that was a thing. Uh-oh. I'll try to think of one more goal and we'll wrap it up today, gamers. I hate OTKs. Everyone hates OTKs until they're the one playing it. That's why I love One Piece. There are no OTK decks in One Piece. I don't think. I don't think it's even possible to OTK in One Piece. I don't think it's possible. Is it possible? I don't think so. Me head out. Have a request. Please don't overwork yourself. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm waiting for some time to buy Pokepads for my Enzoroark deck. Enzoroark might unironically be a good contender going into this next rotation. ASMR. I do actually owe you guys an ASMR. I do actually owe you guys an ASMR, so I will have to do that soon. Is it possible to OTK in Pokemon? It is, but it's very, very, very specific. Like, there's one deck that can do it, but it relies on your opponent not having like a really weak Pokemon in the front and not having anything on the bench. It's very, very specific. Learn a new TCG on stream. I owe you guys a Magic stream. I still have that. I have that scheduled in March. So learn a new TCG because that's the Magic one. I have that scheduled first week of March. So that'll be a lot of fun. If we get to 3K, that would mean adding 15 more hours to the timer. No, no. What? I'm trying to think of one more good one. It needs to be a super ridiculous goal. It does have to be a pretty ridiculous goal. These are just ideas, so I would have to have my management look over and they would be the ones to kind of be like, okay, this is fine, this is fine, this might not be okay. Sister joins on stream. Yeah. Invite sister to video or stream. I guess that's a pretty decent one too. Is that the Magic League learning stream? Yeah, I would have to learn it. We're gonna probably do it on Arena. Where's the Gundam stream? Is there a Gundam sim for the TCG? I have no idea. Is there a Gundam sim? I don't know. I'm not really caught up with whatever the heck's happening on the Gundam. There is. Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea. Trying the entire Tim Hortons menu. I don't have a Tim Hortons near me. I don't live in Canada. Ah! Ghost Yawn, thank you for the 10. What the heck? We're less than 300 subs away. go wrap up stream. I need to make dinner, and we will be back on Tuesday. I will be streaming Tuesday this week, chat. I don't think I will put out a schedule. I'll be streaming Tuesday this week. I don't know what we're gonna do on Tuesday, but we're gonna do something. All right, gamers. If you haven't done so yet, go buy my merch. It's in pinned. If you're a One Piece player, you should go buy my Don and use it, and get my deck box and use it, and use my playmat. Yeah, represent me at your locals, okay? Tell all the One Piece players that I'm a cool VTuber, okay, that plays One Piece, and I'm decent at the game. All right. Anyways, join my Discord server if you haven't done so yet, and also follow me on all my socials, Poseidon, Mythos, on everything, and I will see you guys on Tuesday, probably noon Tuesday. Sound good? Is that a deal? I think that's a deal. Anyways, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Have a good rest of your weekend, chat. Take care. I love you guys. And, alrighty. Sayonara. Bye-bye.